Hello, welcome to another game of Crypt. We are a little late today, mostly getting some tech stuff figured out. Also, I was dying because of terrible phlegm problems earlier, so you know how it is.
It's from drinking water.
I didn't drink water. I actually haven't drunken enough water this morning. In fact, it happened after the cheeseburger you gave me. What did you give me, Devin?
He poisoned you.
I don't know, a free cheeseburger from DoorDash. You took it.
You took the poison. That's not my fault. Anyway, my near death aside, so where we left off, you guys were chasing down a cryomancer, shooting you from an insane distance, a quarter mile away. Actually, a little bit over a quarter mile away. As you guys are running on rather, excuse me, rather uneven astroturf, leading out to their sniper spot, which is very obviously like a large ice structure at the back of this location. And so it became a race to see if you guys could beat the sniper before they shoot you down. And so far, you guys are doing really, really well. And by you guys, I mean Anastasia is doing really, really well, avoiding ice, to the point where the Cryomancer has had to essentially just block off access to their location. And a giant ice wall had formed from Anastasia. You had broken it down when you got to it, but it has reformed since then. And so we're going to go ahead and start off with Anastasia. The ice wall has reformed in front of you, and it is now your turn.
Okay, just so I have a visual. There are a few more pillars, but are they to my right or to my left?
So there are 3 large cylinders of ice. And the one that's blocking you off, you went between them to not take up extra time. You could have went around them, but you would have had to go a long distance around them to even make your way out. So you went through them, you avoided one attack from them, and you made your way almost all the way through. But now you're stuck between 2 of them, and a wall has formed between them.
Okay, but of the 3, am I on the left side of this group of 3, or I'm on the right side of this group of 3?
You're in the middle.
Right in the middle.
You went through them to try to get there faster.
And how high is the wall?
Each wall is about 30 feet high.
Are there any handholds in this ice so I can acrobatics my way over?
No, but it is, from your experience already, mostly just normal ice. So if you kicked your foot in hard enough, you could probably make an indentation for yourself, no problem.
Okay. Then he's going to try and acrobatics his way up as best as he can. Or whichever check this will be.
Well, it depends. Are you trying to actively climb it, or are you just, like, kicking off these pillars, trying to jump over them?
I'd say he'd probably kick off one of the pillars to try and jump over the wall.
Alright, time to look at the often used jumping table.
Is this where we're going to hear jumping's a skill?
Anima, why? I know there's a jumping table somewhere. I don't remember where it is.
It's in the first book. It's in the skill lists, I
It
believe.
happens like once every campaign that we have to open this table.
Yeah, okay, so here's the problem, right? here's another kink in the Anima armor. Or chink in the Anima armor. So it essentially tells you that you can jump 1/5 your movement value with an appropriate running start. Okay, not bad. It says in a prior chapter when you look at the actual jump skill, because there's a jump skill in this game, that you get a value. The higher the difficulty you get, the better your jump is based on movement in this chapter. There's nothing about like what difficulty gets how high or what it changes or anything. There's just the movement table, and then there's a small subsection that is a run-on sentence followed by a short sentence saying, yeah, you can move up to 1/5 your jump value. You can jump horizontally up to your movement value. Excuse me. There's nothing about fucking vertical jumping in there whatsoever.
Oh, God bless Anima.
Yeah, that's a thing. So, if we're making assumptions, that's why I switched to pathfinding. Everything's written out there. All right. Is there...
Well, everything's written out there, and then over there, and a little bit over there.
I mean, that's fair. Their organization is terrible, but the rules are there, and they have a website that's dedicated to archiving and helping you find the information.
That's true.
Anima doesn't even have all its books translated into English.
Yeah, Pathfinder's got like all the rules, but in weird places. Anima has all the rules except the one you need.
Yeah. Huh. All right. Go ahead and just make an acrobatics roll.
That's a 194.
Okay. So due to your speed, you begin jumping up between these pillars, and considering they're only 30 feet high, you, with your insane acrobatic abilities, managed to just barely get to the top, grasping onto it, and then easily like kipping yourself up onto the edge of this ice platform. Unfortunately, that's going to be pretty much all your movement for the round.
Okay.
But you still have any actions if you'd like to make any. They will be at least a minus 25 though for moving your full movement.
No, he's good. Actually, from where he's standing, does he have a pretty good visual of the ice tower in front of him?
One of the cylinders or where the sniper is?
Where the sniper is.
Okay. They're not in a tower or anything like that. They're just like, you can see that like ice has shot up against the wall and like these icicles, and you can see it. It's still about 400 feet from your location though, so you can't very clearly make out anything, at least in detail, at that distance.
Okay. Then he's just going to be prepared to dodge should they try to do anything with this ice wall.
Okay, defense. That's a pretty good option actually. Alrighty. So next we're gonna go to Sebastian.
Flyer forward. If I'm behind I'm assuming I'm like behind this wall, like approaching it.
You are approaching it, and actually with this action, you will bypass Anasase by 5 feet.
Aha! Can I assume I can just fly over the wall?
Yeah, it takes little effort for you to fly 30 feet off the ground.
Yeah, he's gonna just fly over and keep going. But I am going to roll to see if I can fly faster.
Okay.
The virgin vampire versus the Chad psychic.
I want to see a Chad Sebastian now.
That is
I mean,
base.
he is the equivalent. He's been made to actually like work out somewhat.
Yep.
So compared to the other psychics,
That's a base flight. I move the base flight.
Okay.
So.
That's the 10 feet one, right?
That is the 8. Just my keeping it up. Like I have an 8 flight value.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like with my
okay.
maintenance.
So actually, you do not catch up to Anasase.
Nope. The 10 is if I roll well. 12 is if I roll even better. And so on. The max I can do is 14.
You're 10 feet behind him. But you are flying currently. You are currently over the ice pillars flying as Anasase like made their way through the center of it. And you see Anasase like leaping up onto the top of it. Finwith, what are you doing?
running with Alexi. Ready to, well, I guess not have to defend because there's a giant fuck off ice wall up there.
Do you have
What word?
athletics?
Yes.
You can roll athletics to run faster.
Oh, I guess.
Oh, we could have done that the whole time.
Yes, I actually had forgotten about that, but that is a thing.
My acrobatics is a bit better, but I'll take a really nice roll.
Solid.
Okay. You increase your movement value by 2. And you were running at the 70 or at the 7 movement speed because of Lexi. Yep. Cool.
Yep.
Then
No, I'm running faster with a wall than between us than I. If I'm running faster, then I'll just run at my 8.
Oh yeah, that's
now
fair.
Now that we're not sticking together for the guarding.
Fair.
Alrighty. Then that means that you move ahead. Let's see here. Let's see. It's 9. So you move at the 10 movement value, which is 115. Yep. So you're hustling. You're making a mad dash. And Alexi.
All right, I will roll athletics to move faster as well then.
Okay.
You guys are gonna love this one. Watch.
Hey, twinsie.
Hey.
Oh shit.
I have 80.
Viking
And
solidarity.
I have 80 and I rolled 60 on the dot.
Well, that still means you only move at the 9 movement value, as you're a little slower. So that's 105 feet.
Still better than 7.
That's true. So everyone is kind of starting to make a break for it. You guys are seeing the end of the tunnel. It's getting closer. Anastasia, just as you're getting to the top of this and you're peering out to look, you feel a sudden shift as the pillar moves, dropping out literally from beneath your feet.
Quick,
This
find a
causes you to be... Let's see here. What's probably flanked, right? There's no flat-footed in this system.
There's something though.
We'll say partially immobilized as far as determining the penalties to your defenses. As you, while able to twist in the air, are not able to kick off of anything nor move. Just as this pillar kind of drops out from underneath you, you see moving at a high velocity an ice shard. So you're going to be at a negative 40 for this. You went all out dodge or defense though. So it's only going to be a minus 10 for you.
$295.
295 with a minus 10. Wait, what's your dodge?
215.
Fair. It's a good roll then.
So you
Solid.
rolled a 90?
Yeah.
Ah,
Oof.
Jesus. Well,
They're on a fucking mission.
despite literally taking away your only advantage, tell me, how do you dodge this large shard of ice flying at you as you still beat it by fucking like 40 points?
Is it flying at me from the tower, or is it flying up from where the pillar was?
It's flying at you from where the sniper is. There's no tower. There's no tower. It's just ice against a wall, as if like someone shot a ice thrower up against a wall.
Seeing that, he just twists and maneuvers himself using the weight of his armor to gravitate him out of the direction of it. Doing some nice aerial flips as he does so.
All right. So as it's coming for you, you swing around using your sword. You literally throw yourself out of the way of this ice skull, which is moving, by the way, at like near bullet-like speeds, I have to mention. And your reflexes are so insane that the second you see that glint, you flip out of the way. I need you to make an acrobatics to land on your feet.
High
Also
dodge is a
accept style.
very fun feeling.
I'm sorry, what was it?
I'll also accept style.
I'll do acrobatics in that style. It's just a little bit higher.
Okay, we can't all be awesome. It's fine.
I'll leave the style to Alexi. That's his forte. $196.
Okay. So, with that, you agilely flip your body around like a cat, landing onto the ground. The path is cleared up for you now as the pillar that you were standing on has disappeared.
This poor child.
They're literally trying their best right now. They just can't cope. You guys are too fucking cool.
And that's your worst nightmare.
Anyways,
Imagine him as like a
Anastasia.
boss in a video game. You're like desperately like you have the survive the 2 minutes or whatever it is, and you're like, that's just some regular dude in armor. I've been fighting Bloodborne bosses that are like 4 stories tall. Fuck that. And then he like apparates in front of your face.
You
Each
play
time
enough.
you like shove something in the way, he like does a sick flip over and like that's not even fair. That's not even a move set in this fucking game. Just chucking
You
it
play
down.
enough of those games, you realize really quickly the human-sized enemies are the ones you have to be scared of, because they're the
That
ones
is
who
true.
contend with the monsters.
Yep.
Anastasia is running this game like they fought this boss several times before, and they're just on New Game Plus. They've seen the
Fucking
moveset.
speedrunner.
They know what's coming.
Every time they do, every time they fumbled like a acrobatics roll, they're just like fuck, and they reset. And then go back.
We can't see it, but they're save scumming.
They're just like, how do you do this? I've done this fight before. Anyway,
He's just continuing running defense mode.
okay. Run in defense, and your agility is 10, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Just go on with your bad self.
You're closing in. You're now 200. You're now, let's see, 275 feet away. In the next couple rounds, you'll be getting there. Running full defense, ready for anything they got coming at you. Sebastian.
Flying. Let's see if I can go fast.
Go zoom.
Oh shit!
Are you
That's
gonna
fun.
new?
I think I am.
He's doing all
Yeah, I am.
cool ass save scumming, max rolling for the perfect run. You're just over there. I have a hacked client. Meow.
All right. So that is 292 bump down. That is a flight value of 14.
Okay, unfortunately, because you lack in humanity, just a
Yeah.
flight value 10.
Yeah. I open rolled really well.
Hey, but he's able to keep pace with Anastasia.
Yeah.
It's true.
Except he's behind.
He's got a hacked client, but he's also got lag, so he's like getting there and then slingshots back. It's unfortunate.
The Angie cheat keeps catching him.
So, Finwith and Alexi, you're just now getting close to the ice pillars. The two remaining ones.
For the one that just went down, is it look like it's faster to just like skirt around the one we're facing and go through that way, or to bash through this thing?
You will still need to run between at least the remaining two. Imagine like there's 3 in a circle, and there's just the very front one is gone. So there's still like 2 kind of set apart from each other.
Oh, okay. Alright, then yeah. Keep going, but definitely full defense, just because God knows, the two of these could slam close together, they could shatter into a billion pieces, another one could rise. Finn was
true.
ready for it.
They've shown an ability to manipulate these ice pillars. Alrighty. Alexi.
All right, Alexi's gonna try to noom.
Noom, boy, noom.
Not as good. That is a 115 athletics.
Okay. You're sprinting about as hard as you can. It's very hard. The AstroTurf is not even, not designed to be even at all. So with the inconsistency in land, you are keeping your pace, but you're not going any faster than you would be. Alrighty. As you're running up Anastasia, you can see what appears to be like a large shield of ice forming in like a hemicircle. You can't really make out the person yet, but you definitely see like something shift. And then you notice that it's getting a little colder.
In my immediate area, or just the area around the pillars?
As you're approaching, this area that you're moving into towards this target is getting colder.
Makes mention of that to Sebastian through the earring.
Okay.
Kind of tugs the Arctic Chimera pelt a little tighter around him.
Alrighty. Anastasia, it's your turn.
Still going forward. That shield's obviously got something behind it. And full defense.
Okay. As you're running in full defense, you're getting to a point, and the temperature drops, plummeting in the area. I need you to make a physical resistance check for me.
Don't insta die. With your weird freak blood tack body and not much else.
On the bright side, you can't botch on a resistance check.
It's good.
It's true.
Unfortunately, can't open roll.
Also true.
It's a low roll. It's a 122.
All right, that's a failure. What is your cold armor?
Nine.
Oh, jeez, that's right.
You forgot about the armor.
And also, she lowers the base damage by 50.
It's true. That's rather unfortunate for them, anyway. As you're running, though, you can physically see ice building up on the outside of your armor as you're moving. These are getting into some seriously -0 temperatures.
Look like you're an unstoppable freak of nature and you're gonna kill this fucking
With the
psychic.
best
You're going to
armor for
destroy
the
this thing.
situation.
Yeah.
Sebastian,
We were joking about it. You were literally kitted out to fucking resist everything this thing could do. Sebastian's gonna fly forward, but like stop at least a bit back. He doesn't want to get that close. He has decent cold armor, but he doesn't want to get like within the fucking freezing temp. And he's going to try to shatter the little ice protector.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll stop you at the 250 mark.
Alright. Or whatever the range is, I can get to it. I just want to open them a little pathway.
Well, the range is dependent on your psychic projection.
I have 225 for that.
Oh, did you roll it already?
No, that's just what my... Oh, that's what my thing is, but...
Oh,
that's what
225 is your projection? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. I'm a psychic, man. I get bonuses to it. Also, I've put points in it.
If you could see your target, you could affect them up to 800 feet away.
That's good to know.
And you could
should
probably
put a note on your
easily
character sheet.
do
I will.
1,500 feet away.
Alright. So, that is...
Oh fuck, we got rid of Arthur as our sniper, and now we're still stuck with Sebastian realizing he's a sniper.
Yeah.
Well,
Alright,
one
that's
with
gonna
most
be...
Sniper stuff is you have to be able to see your target.
Yep. You can see an ice shield.
That's true. I did mention that. That was
Shatter that
visible to y'all.
motherfucker.
Alright, so I got up to a... That's gonna be an absurd with a 180. So it's 120 physical resistance from the ice ball.
Okay. We're just going to use the psychic resistance of the psychic since there's no definitive physical resistance of the shield ability.
That's fair.
So we're just going to use theirs instead. What was the DC?
120?
They beat it with a 127.
Damn.
As you hold out, you definitely see that the shield like impacts and begins to shatter, but then ice begins to crawl through the cracks and reform the shield.
Looking at this thing, does it seem like it functions in the same way my shield would, or is it like an ice formation that they're like keeping up?
This is very obviously a shield ability.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it. He's gonna stay at this area.
Okay.
Roll tactics just for the satisfaction of knowing they're fucked.
Could roll tactics. Finwith, what are you doing?
Keep moving.
Okay. Defensively, or are you gonna hustle?
Defensively.
Okay.
He's not sure what all they can do with the ice and isn't gonna risk it.
You're
Especially
running
because
through.
I don't have insane armor because I'm not in shape.
That's true. You're moving through. That's the 90. At this point, you're getting past the ice pillars, and you can see Sebastian is kind of floating there, about 40 feet in the air. And you can see just off in the distance Anastasia, whom is... Oh, no, they're not even that far from you. They're like 50 feet away from you. So...
Anastasia's starting to look like those ice golems with the ice growing off of them.
That was their actual plan, was to make you weigh more.
Oops, I
Trying
didn't
to slow
adjust
you down.
Anastasia's speed.
Lock your joints. Don't think they realize it's not gonna help.
Sorry, Anastasia is 165 feet from you. So they're off in the distance, but you can see them more clearly than before. Alexi.
It's like that fool. Anastasia hasn't needed those joints for years.
He's so edgy, it just cuts right through.
Alright, he's gonna try Noom. I mean, moderately better, I suppose. That's a 125.
That is enough to boost your speed by 1 degree. I mean, you go 90 feet this round. So, Finwith is about 20 feet in front of you. You're just getting past the ice pillars, and you can kind of see them. Even with your glasses, it's still a little fuzzy at the farthest distances. It's not like they were really calibrated for your eyes, per se. So.
That's true.
And they're gonna get a little icy soon.
Alexei doesn't know that's a thing. He just
True.
assumes, hey, I could see a little better with these.
There is no there's no visible change for the change in temperature. It's just colder. But all right. What is the psychic going to do now? They don't have a lot of options.
I also imagined like a more like outspoken Sebastian using Shatter, just like going scatter and like hits her or whatever.
All right. The cold around you intensifies. Make for me a physical resistance check.
That is a 145.
Okay. You keep running, bracing. You can see the ice forming in larger and larger bits, but you're moving so fast they're peeling off your armor. They failed to crystallize your body. Anastasia, it's your turn.
And all I've seen pretty much is the shield that went up, but I have no visual as to what was behind it.
Yeah, at this time, it has formed, and you can't see the wheel there at this time, but you are 160 feet from them.
Do they look like they're high up from us, or are they...
They're ground level.
Okay. She's gonna make for the ground level part of the sniper's shield.
Okay.
Full defense.
Why are there so many she's?
Anyway, so what are you doing? What's your action?
He's going to keep moving towards them.
Full defense.
No, I said full defense.
Okay, I didn't hear that. All right, you're running up. They're less than 50 feet from you now. You can see this large ice shield that has been produced around them. Sebastian.
Well, it functions like a regular shield. Best way is to just fucking break it. He's gonna launch the sword at the shield. Well, not the psychic, but shield.
All right, psychic projection.
All right. Oof. All right, that's gonna be a plus 20 to my projection. 280.
Alrighty. Well, you beat their 211 for their shield. They have no armor. So, that's going to be 70% of your damage to them.
59.
Roll for me a critical, please.
Oh boy. $91.
Okay, they easily surpass that. Alsace, as you're running, the shield seems very focused on you. Anytime you make the slightest movement, the shield kind of adjusts, even minutely. Suddenly, a sword comes flying out from an elevated angle, and you can see it striking the target from behind, and you see like a small gout of blood fly out and crystallize.
Is the shield still up?
Shield is still up. All right. Finway.
Running.
Running defensively, hustling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty.
I mean, on one hand, they largely have seemed concerned with Anastasia, but you never know.
As you run past, you now run past Sebastian by about 15 feet. Roll for me a physical resistance, please.
Uh, 147.
147. Dun, dun, dun. Fails. What is your cold armor?
2.
2. Alright, so you ignore 10 of this damage. As you run into this area, you feel the temperature drop super low to a degree that even the worst knights in Goldar would rarely get to. but to the point where, you know, you could spit and it just comes out as ice. This does... Let's see. Yeah, it's
Probably
75.
from the shock alone, he probably like kicks in a heel and like begins to like move backwards if it's severe enough of pain.
It's 55 cold damage after the reduction.
Then he moves back out of that area and kind of like throws out an arm to like catch Alexi before he charges in. Not necessarily like stopping him, just warning him in advance, like, oh shit, alright, it gets really brisk as he turns to like trots back out of that spot. Just
So just so you guys know the mechanics, it's 15 cold intensities that area produces, which is 75 cold damage. Each layer of armor you guys have.
You can't go in there.
Yeah. Each layer of armor is 10 armor, or 10 reduction of the damage.
Told you, should have just stayed by the exit. Y'all have fun.
Alexi
goes, "It is very cold in Hoffman. It should be perfectly fine," and he is going to continue to sprint through.
Spit with backs off and begins like picking chunks of ice that immediately had started to form on his skin.
That's a 197.
197. All right, that's 3 degrees, which puts you up to 10. You move 115 feet.
And then a physical resistance rate.
Yes, as you just pass Fenwith by 5 feet.
And this is to cold?
It depends. It's not extreme cold. This is beyond that.
Is it magical cold?
It is magical cold. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's psychic.
Psychic.
Okay.
What effect are you talking about? And I'll tell you if it affects her.
I have elemental immunity from my sword. I have immunity to natural cold, and if an attack by a source of magical cold, the bearer has an immunity up to 10 intensities, minus 50 base damage, and a plus 50 to the wielder's resistance checks.
It's up to 10,
Okay.
but this is 15.
Yeah, that would apply. So go ahead.
Okay.
He would ignore at least 10 of the intensities.
Okay.
234 physical resistance.
Okay. You pass. You don't even have to worry about the damage. As you're running through, and Fenwith, you can see this as he's running through. The sword it's always kind of had this air of like icy mist about it, even though it's kind of ethereal, not actually producing mist. And as he's running through, his body just kind of becomes coated in this icy mist.
That's cheating! It's because your sword. Fuck all y'all.
I would have been fine even without the sword. As he continues.
Alright, start stripping.
Anyway, yeah. Oh, this person. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? they just gotta try to force checks. Oh my god, I can't roll for shit on them today. I rolled a 4 twice.
Oof.
Rough.
Hell yeah.
That's very unfortunate. It so requires
They don't have bad luck.
Yeah. It so requires a physical resistance check. They're also a master in it, so you're even more protected.
Sure.
Oh, got a 69 on the roll.
Nice.
Nice.
So that's 144.
It's how much, sorry?
144 for a physical resistance if they just did anything.
You pass. The DC was 120. So, you're running, the ice still forming up on you. You easily make the distance in this action. You're right up on them. You see this large ice shield and what appears to be like almost like a wing of frozen blood extending beyond it.
Can I see a shape through the shield at all of what the wielder looks like?
Yeah, you can see what appears to be a humanoid shape covered in sharp icicle shards. They have almost what appears to be goggle-like structures on their faces. There's these big round icicles. You can see a face, and there's not really much else.
Okay. So kind of the similar build-wise, but polar opposite appearance-wise to like the fire one we fought earlier.
No, that one was a lot taller and lankier. This one is much smaller. They look probably even shorter than Anastasia is, so.
All right. Well, might as well go for the shield.
Okay.
Let's see, 277.
All right. You swing and they bring the shield up, but comes down with so much force they were obviously not expecting it as your blade bypasses the shield. They got a 241. So it's 30% of your damage.
That is 39.
Okay. Surprisingly, they're still up, but that is a critical. Roll for me a critical level real quick.
Oh, that was a 75 roll.
Plus your damage.
So the
So
39
39 plus 75.
that's 114 total.
Okay, they did fail, but not by a lot. That's a few points of penalty. Now the hard part for them, because even if you struck their shield, they have to deal with the impact.
Oh no.
Are we still a good distance from the wall of this room?
No, they're pretty much like right up against the wall.
Doesn't stop you from taking impact damage into a wall, though.
Wow, they got the best strength they possibly could have gotten. You want to know what it is?
Is it a 14?
It is a 14.
Called it. You're beating a child.
That's a 16.
All right, they lost by 2 points, and the impact strength is 16. Oh, need the other book.
Isn't the impact technically a 10? Or am I mistaken on how the impact stuff works?
It's the strength of the impact, so it's whatever Anastasia gets for their impact.
Okay.
Oh no, you're right. It's impact 10 by 2 points. That's a G1. Not enough for damage.
That's fine. Is it enough to move them in any way, shape, or form?
Oh yeah, no, they fucking slam against the wall. You can hear them cry out. I was trying to find a voice earlier, but then I started coughing really bad, so I couldn't keep testing voices. So, unfortunate. But imagine like a modulated, high-pitched voice screaming out. If you watched Bleach, it kind of sounds like Ichigo's hollow form, or visored form anyway.
Okay. Make another attack.
Okay. That's going to be minus 25. Or minus, 25.
Come on, don't you want to try and talk to her?
I don't think
Since
she's
this is
going to
filled with
listen.
Madness.
Oh, there is something peculiar, though, that you see her. as she's sitting there or whatever, her arm is up covering her neck. Not on the side, surprisingly, that has the blood splurting out of the shoulder.
No, but it's very similar to the fire one.
Yes.
And none of the other creatures we fought throughout this.
Well, none of the other creatures were like still humanoid. They were all fucked up abominations.
No, but I mean like the more humanoid ones, because we had one that was like really tall, but none of them were ever holding what would have been their neck area, were they?
It's not a feature you've noticed before, no.
Okay.
Anyway, what'd you get for your attack?
That is going to be a 211.
211. All right. They managed to block it with their shield. That's a 215. And what is 210% of your damage? 'Cause that goes to their shield.
That is 273.
273. All right. A very sizable crack appears in their shield as you're making a good amount of damage into it. And unfortunately, as we mentioned before, they still need to roll against your impact.
That's a 16.
They got a 13 this time. And so that's a -3 difference. You slam them against the wall again. They actually do take damage, but not a lot. 5 damage. It's a critical, but I'm not going to roll with a 5 critical. That makes absolutely no sense.
That's where they majorly fail the check.
I mean, even if they botch, there's a chance, but it's... I don't know. I'm not gonna... 5 damage is not enough critical worthy. It is a critical, though. They're not doing good. They're kind of bloody. Is your attack over 200?
The attack roll itself or the damage?
Your base attack is over 200. Now, what do you roll normally for your
No,
attack?
no. It is 185 for the attack roll.
Okay, so you can't make an air attack.
Yeah, no.
All right. Sebastian.
Oh, sorry to do this again, but I attack.
Or did we want to try to attempt the headpiece on one of them and see what happens?
I doubt it'll do much, and we have to get through the shield.
Well, what's our grand tactician? This is his mission. What you think?
It's true. This is his mission.
Sebastian believes that it.
And these two individuals act different.
Sebastian does think it's better to put them out of their misery. They seem to be in immense pain.
That was very fair.
So.
Oh, they could have been you.
Yep. All right, he's
Of
gonna shoot.
course, you them.
Not great, but still. It's gonna be another 180, so plus 20 to my thing.
Okay.
That's another 280.
How do you want to do this?
It is done with extreme precision and efficiency as he launches the sword through again. Now that with their shield being more focused on Anastasia, you can get a little bit more vision in on it. And he goes straight through it, sword punching entirely through it, and where he assumes are any vital parts, ending it immediately.
Well, that's a great thing about a giant lawbringer going through a small child's chest. You're bound to hit a vital at some point. The sword flies through and just strikes. Their body, one last time, thrust against the wall. and blood just spurts all around them on the ice before it freezes in this large kind of stylish blood splatter, and their body is now like attached to the wall because of their blood, and they cease moving.
Does the cold go away?
It does progressively. It dissipates at a natural rate.
Oh, that's
Sebastian
cool. I didn't know
kinda
you could play
walks-
songs. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Sebastian just floats down to the ground and grabs his sword, cleans it, doing his best not to like look in that direction.
Do you feel anything about this?
Conflicted.
That's enough. Roll for me a psychic resistance, please.
Oh no.
Don't forget the bonus the headband gives you.
Which is plus 20?
Plus 20.
I wrote it down. Oh, okay. God, my dice really like rolling 60s right now. Nice. 179.
You're fine.
Any momentary just feelings are pushed away as he steels himself for the last remaining psychic energy he felt.
You detect it in the third area.
Okay.
Also known as the urban district for, city settings.
Yep. And that was the one that that one event happened, right? Thing I went through in the prison.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Like skids to stop as it gets there.
After the temperature becomes more bearable, you all kind of gather up. It takes just minutes for the cold to become bearable.
We have one less psychic to deal with.
Sorry I was not more help, but not as adept at the running as the rest of you are.
In your defense, I was not running.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Does the ice seem to melt off of the child, or does it seem permanent?
It is slowly melting. It's still really cold in this area, and the ice has been here for quite a while, making it rather resistant to melting. It's like compact snow.
Then with seeing all of them fine and all the conflict over, just huffs, throws hands up, starts heading back. Grumbling.
Unless there's a door over here, I guess.
You all look
The
around?
other door was by the other side of the observation and whatnot.
What'd you say, Cameron?
Did you want to look for a door?
Sure.
I mean, if I can roll a notice, but if not, then no, probably not.
It's going to be a search.
Maybe there's like a secret door, for all we know.
Yeah,
Who
I'll,
knows?
I can assist you in searching.
Try to search too.
You're just gonna find her journal where it's really upsetting and you realize that she was like a person the whole time and like still
Oh, no.
okay and could have been saved.
I don't want to learn that.
Final log. These crazy people have broken into my house.
I'm
They're all
feverishly
running at me.
writing this while they're charging me across the field. One of them
She-
seems really determined.
She does have at least a optimization that you can appreciate, as forming seemingly she has formed what appears to be long distance goggles using the ice as a kind of magnifying lens.
He ponders this only to distract himself from the situation at hand.
Oh no, his traumies.
Okay, you both notice as thanks to the strong impact of Anastasia's weapon, it reduced the check required to see this, as there is a large crack in the wall. You guys can see vaguely through the ice behind them, there is a door shape in the wall, encased in ice. From your time you spent here, you don't recall there being a door here.
Secrets.
No. But he'll at least point out the door, especially before Finn starts just going all the way back.
He just sticks a hand into the area that was super fucking cold before. Still cold. Not doing a fuck ton of damage now.
No, I said earlier it dissipated in like minutes, so.
Okay. He starts trudging over there.
For most, this would be considered rather frigid or, especially brisk, but for y'all, this is just another day in the north, so.
Feels like
Feels good after all that running.
Feels good after all that time in the fucking deep south. Eesh. Deep south for Alexi, anyway.
Ugh, I went all the way to Gabriel. And then I had to go on the ocean. Whew.
Oh god, poor Alexi if we try to go find oh shit, what's his name?
Oh, Nonway is gonna be ass. If we ever go there.
Oh, I imagine. Jesus.
You're gonna
One
have the
day,
worst
Fenwith
swamp
has to
ass.
go so he can get fucking, like, dinosaur pieces.
Even worse, we're wearing like furs, so it's just absorbing all the sweat.
I imagine that we would have to change equipment.
Probably.
Alexi and Fenwith get introduced to shorts.
I guess it couldn't be any worse than going to literal hellfire raining from the sky.
You gotta admit, though, Fenwith would, like, run into, like, cargo pants and be like, not only are they short, so it's not as hot while I'm down here, but I have so many pockets to put stuff.
Fenwith would be a big fan of cargo shorts.
Fenwith is given a Hawaiian shirt and just...
They're
This is
the
the
people
greatest
that
piece of
in the middle
fabric
of
I've ever
winter, when
seen.
it's like 30 degrees out, they just wear shorts.
It's not cold.
Yeah.
30 degrees isn't that cold.
It's below freezing.
It's cold.
That's not that cold.
I mean, I would agree.
Water
I
freezes.
personally would be like, oh, that's cold. But that's because anything under 70 degrees is cold to me. Fenwith absolutely is the person that you see in like shorts and flip-flops and a t-shirt, and you're like, why the fuck are you out here? There's literally sleet on the streets. Like, it's not that cold.
It's not negative 20 yet. I don't know. I don't know what's your problem.
Yeah, catch me when it goes down 50 more degrees.
Anyway. Door behind frozen child.
So we can either try to break it now, or does the ice on the door seem to be just melting?
Like I said, it's barely being affected. It's like compact ice. It takes
Okay.
a good amount of temperature to
You
cause
can
it to
also
melt.
shatter shit with your mind, and
True.
we have two massive fuck-off swords.
I was approaching it like we could take a small breather, like recover any like points and stuff.
Yeah, this would be a good point to do it, because we've still got the ice around us that hasn't melted yet.
Yeah,
my
this would be a defensible spot. Oh yeah, Sebastian brings us up. We can either press on now or take a break. Rest
Well,
for a few hours.
Well-
Don't think I'll get enough to do much, but
It might help.
Plus, this is your endeavor, Sebastian. What do you want us to do?
I would like to tactically assess the situation to see if resting is a good idea.
Okay, go ahead.
And once I roll this, I have to move some. I got a package delivered, and it's made out of resin, and it smells fucking awful. Like, I'm getting resin fumes in my face right now. I gotta move these. Jesus.
That's very valid.
All right, not great, but my tactics is cracked. That is a 208.
Okay. Easily. You have Alexi with you guys, who has a long-range life sensing ability. If you guys wanted to take a rest, you could rest probably as long as you guys needed to. And Alexi would let you guys know well ahead of time if something was approaching.
That miles and miles sensor, though.
True. He just kind of like thinks for a bit, just hand on his chin, then just turns over to Finn with, how long of a break would be helpful for you to give you more of your magic back?
pretty long nap.
Because this situation, we have plenty of time. Alexi can warn us if anything is going to be ambushing us. This door seems impenetrable, at least beyond our supernatural means. Essentially,
I'm
we can
not
rest
got a
here as long
problem,
as we want.
like getting some sleep, especially after we spent like 3 hours in a hallway looking at like weird light. I was kind of super boring.
I don't mind standing watch either. 10 minutes, I'll be right as rain.
I also don't need much time to sleep, but I can assist with the watch if need be.
Well, then at least I would say a night's rest might be helpful here.
On one condition though.
What's that?
If you have any bad dreams, you have to wake somebody up and tell them.
He just like stares. Why?
Because this place is really bad for you. So if it gets worse, someone should know so that they can help you. And even if they can't help you, we can keep an eye out. Make sure you're okay, even if you can't make sure you're okay.
You guys also have the dream sharing lamp.
He was actually about to mention.
Coincidentally,
Just
Alexi was about to
in-
snap his finger.
in that case, someone could always use the lantern.
Okay.
Might help.
Alright. Finn was fucking tired, so yeah, he'll throw down the lamp. He's not too prone to nightmares, so flops down. Gets comfy on the little white wolf capelet that he has.
So
Gotta
for
go
this
do something.
situation, based on based on like sleep, it's either like a fun dream with Finway, or a very stressful dream but moral support. Yeah. Sebastian also going down to rest. He falls asleep pretty quickly.
Alexi, while he's on watch, is gonna ball up ice and like toss it across the area.
See how far you can throw
Last
it.
time, yeah.
You're not gonna make a like snowman of all of us?
Oh, he doesn't have art.
before he goes to sleep, Anastasia would actually look over the body of the child, and especially the area that they're holding.
Mostly frozen in place. You could move their arm, grisly task as it may be.
He is curious, and for as much as he feels bad, they are dead.
All right. You move their arm in a jerking, stiff motion. There's an unfortunate crack as their arm breaks off. But looking over the spot, there is no injury. Nothing peculiar.
What about on the hand itself?
I mean, besides the fact that it's no longer attached to the body, it seems fine.
You also have a portable Capri Sun now.
No. At best, a two frozen slushy.
And this one didn't look deformed at all, aside from the eyes.
Oh no, I mean, like, their body is covered in, like, frostbite-worthy ice.
Oh no, aside from that, though, shape-wise, they weren't elongated, stretched out, no extra long limbs or anything like that.
They do seem especially gaunt, and any kind of features they had, like genitals or otherwise, has been frozen over, and they're indistinguishable at this point. I will tell you, they don't look like a healthy person.
I would not assume so, given where we are.
Well, I guess it just depends on your what you determine warped is. Are they stretch or monstrous? I mean, not particularly, but they don't look like a normal person either.
Just mutters, "You poor child." And just puts the arm on the ground and heads to go lay down.
For those who do sleep, you enter into the dreams of Sebastian.
Fuck.
He tried.
No need for a presence check today. You're in a place of particularly strong mental vibes with a strong connection to Sebastian.
Listen, obviously, the great, huge, spoilery secrets that Finn withholds, you will never see glimpses into.
Sebastian is just weirdly outspoken in his dreams.
It's him giving a public speech.
You guys see Sebastian sitting on a uncomfortable looking cot, lightly conversing tactics with two other individuals. Their forms are vaguely human, and their faces blank. It's a much younger Sebastian. And he's talking as if everything is normal, setting up a strategy for the upcoming fight. It's at this point the door opens and an individual comes into the room. They are crystal clear in their shape and image. A perfect memory. Describe for us what 091 looks like to you.
091 honestly looks pretty similar to Sebastian. Bit longer hair. I'd say maybe like looks around like a year younger. But they share a relatively close resemblance to Sebastian.
All right. So, an individual, maybe a year older, hair is a little longer, a little taller, almost the same facial features and same hair color, walks into the room and looks over. Hey, I'm 7-7. I wanted to talk more strategy with you, you know? Maybe we can brainstorm together. This is, as your general code for looking over the stolen information you guys found about the tests, about the requirements and the rankings.
Just give me a minute. I'm just finishing this up.
Yeah, no worries. And goes and waits outside the room and lets you finish up.
A few more just idle chatter, sketching out. He has a small, rough approximation of the maze-like test chamber that we spent 3 hours going through, with blind spots for turrets, areas that you can sidestep, as he is a rough approximation from memory of the layout. After finishing it up, leaves it with them. Just a review that. We'll go over it in a few hours as he gets up and follows 091.
Heading over to a nearby room. You guys go and you sit on a cot. 091 makes sure the coast is clear before reaching under and pulls a small device, a small screen on a very not thick tablet. With a brief moment of concentration, electricity sparks off of 091 and the tablet turns on. There is a list of information about the current rankings, the current tests that are going to be done. You and 091 are very similar in a lot of ways, not just in appearance. 091 has developed a strong electromagnetism ability that allows them to manipulate metal objects similarly to your psychic, how you can psychically manipulate them. Though, where much of your ability seems more brute force and less refined, he seems to be able to manipulate his ability in more detailed and more varied ways, and it's something you've always been somewhat jealous of. Being able to manipulate this device in this way. The way he's been able to sneak you guys into the training rooms beyond hours so you guys can more visually set up your strategies. You guys spend a lot of time together. Looking down at the tablet, he swipes to an image and it shows the sortie? No, not the sortie. What the training, the skirmish that you guys are going to be having against one another. And he sits there and he's thinking, it's unfortunate we have to go against each other. But if you can at least, show your skills, then I'm sure you'll get a good enough grade to keep going on.
I should. I'm confident of my abilities.
Yeah. And, even though we both share the same role, and I feel like if we both do really well, they wouldn't get rid of either of us.
As well, possibly. if we can do better completely than the other team, we can maybe have their role eliminated with us two being promoted.
It's gonna be hard. We're gonna have to have the same exact score.
I'm sure we can work that out.
As long as we keep working like this and we know what's coming up, I'm sure we can make it work. And he smiles.
Sebastian does too.
I'm just sad we never got to be on the same team.
Yeah, honestly.
And it's such a shame. Sorry, 1 second.
I would hate to move on without you.
He says this as you look over at him. His face has warped drastically. He now has a large cartoonish grin that takes up the majority of his face, his eyes and nose being scrunched indiscernibly, and massive teeth in this smile. You can hear the gums moving over the teeth as this horrific figure takes place. Before it begins to laugh. As you wake up, roll for me a psychic resistance, please.
All right. Ooh. $186.
So, as you make the check, you wake up, your heart beating. It wasn't great sleep, but it was sleep nonetheless, and that small snippet of time, seemingly only taking minutes, has been stretched over the course of an 8-hour sleep.
So they all just wake up in unison for me, pretty much.
I think if one wakes up, they all snap awake.
Yeah.
Or no, that's if you
You have to
extinguish
turn
it.
the lantern out.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
If you extinguish it, everybody wakes up.
Alexi's awake because I believe you have elimination of necessities.
I do not.
Oh, so Sebastian, you're the only one awake at the moment.
He sits there for a little bit, just thinking, his knees a bit closer to his chest, just kind of composing himself. He is going to, with his psychokinesis, just kind of lightly shake Finwith.
You do so, and electricity sparks from your fingertips, shocking him.
Oh,
It's
you
not.
wake me up like this.
It's not necessarily like damaging, but it's like
It's like a
very
static.
severe static.
Yeah, it
static
spooks
shock.
him awake.
Ah, fuck, man, what the hell?
He definitely like sits up, like looking as if like ready to lunge at something. Pretty. Sees everybody
There's-
else laying okay, and you sitting up.
It's a second or two of just Sebastian looking kind of concerned that immediately fades away.
Yeah, he just kind of like shakes out the arm or wherever where it like skittered across. Looks fine.
Apologies. I simply tried to shake you.
It's okay. He hauls himself up, stretches.
You told me to wake you if I had a nightmare.
Everyone saw it.
He doesn't know that yet.
Sebastian's actually used the lantern, so he knows
That's
vaguely
true.
of it.
Boomer just nods and he kind of points at the spot next to you. Can I sit there?
Just kind of nods.
He walks over and carefully kind of sits down. There's enough room that it does, like, he's not going to accidentally brush you at any point, nor any of his clothes as he settles. But still close. More than easy enough to reach out for. He kind of brings his knees up towards his chest, too. Curls his arms around them. Sets a cheek on top of a knee. I saw it.
You saw it.
He nods. Who was it? Before they changed.
091. A tactician I worked well with. He's the one I found out how everything was run with. We stole a device that let us see the criteria so we could make sure that our teams won. We could go through the list and make sure the people we thought most worthy could survive. Mainly us.
He gets a small smile. Smart kid.
Yeah.
So, what happened? You went against each other, right? Did that go well? Or
You remember what I told you when we went through the prison of Noah? I went through a mission against him. We planned it out to get the same amount of points. We were planning on making sure that we were both. It was impossible to eliminate one or the other. He went behind my back and set it up so I would lose. So I would fall behind. He was a better psychic, but I was the better tactician. And that tactics was what mattered here.
is he the one you used the thing against? Did he die?
I don't know what happened to him. I killed him in the prison of Noah. But that wasn't him. I don't know where he is. I left her later on.
Do you think he's the other one here?
I don't think so. I don't know if he is here. I would have sensed his style of psychic matrices if he was. He used electromagnetism. Manipulate metals and electricity.
He nods. You okay? Not a right answer to that.
No. I'm not.
Is there anything any of us can do to make you feel better?
Help me absolutely destroy this place. Raise it to the ground.
You can do that. Gonna take a lot of claws. But I can definitely break stuff for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Sebastian. Thanks for letting us be your friend.
Sorry it took so long.
Shakes his head a little. Still resting on his knees. It's okay. It's been a long time alone. You spent a lot longer. It's hard to remember how to do things right. Harder when no one ever taught you.
Kind of takes a small, like a short inhale at that. Just after all of this, there's one more thing I need to do.
Okay. What's that?
More north than Gabriel. There is a cabin secluded in the woods, owned by a hunter. I need to go check in.
Can he help you when you get out?
He did. And I don't know if he's still alive. I was young when I escaped. Obviously, you see a child running through the woods aimlessly, you're going to stop them, take them in. Took care of me for a few years. Then I decided to leave. Go become stronger. So I could come back here one day. And again, obviously, when just kind of like looks up a little bit, 16, 17-year-old says they're going to travel to the Goldarian wilderness to become stronger, you're going to stop them. An argument started. He grabbed me, and I panicked. I accidentally used my psychic abilities to throw something at his head. I ran. I don't know what happened.
We'll go find out. And I don't know how much it counts, but I think you've done really good learning how to be a person when the people who raised you, he just kind of points towards the observation deck in the far distance. Tried to make you a machine. I'm proud that you care.
It's kind of like nods. Looking closely, there is actually like a tear or two streaming down, but it's not a lot. Took a lot of learning. It's a lot of breaking things down when you only things that matter are the things that benefit you. I still believe that to an extent, but everything's harder to justify.
That I get. Sometimes you gotta make decisions that keep people alive. But somebody else has to pay for it. And it's really hard picking between you and other people. Or worse, you and people you care about and other people. He kind of shifts his head from cheek on the knee to chin, looking off a little bit. We're not the people that we hurt. We can get better than that.
Guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I make a lot of sense all the time, and no one ever listens. You'd all be a lot wiser if you listened to me. He fails at hiding a smile.
Ah, shit. There's two ways he could take this. Just corners of his mouth kind of curl up slightly. Just is that an attempt at humor?
Yeah. That was a joke.
I see.
Though in some things I do actually know stuff, okay?
Originally, that's why I kept traveling with you. And now, of course, it's because I can trust you.
He smiles. He was already had a small smile, but now it's stupid big, and he just kind of turns his head to look away. Ineffectual. You can still see it crinkling the side of his face.
Sebastian, after coming to terms with your emotions and your trauma, you've discovered a strong link between emotions and psychic abilities. You've gained access to your electromagnetism.
Oh shit!
On top of that,
As in, do I still need to purchase it, or I can now purchase it?
you can now purchase it as you have been intending to.
Alright.
But,
Nice.
somewhere where the gifts end, you've also learned that you and 091 are more similar than you ever wanted to give credit for, and after that event, you realize that your behavior since then was the same as his. This has caused an interesting mental pattern to form for you, giving you a special advantage called a matrix synergy. As a full round action, you can use electromagnetism and psychokinesis at full potential, both.
Oh shit!
The narrative gift that keeps on giving.
So in practice, you get one power from each, but you can use them both at your full potential without splitting them
Like in a turn.
in a turn.
Yeah.
And it's a full round action, so you won't be able to do anything else. And you've surpassed your mental barriers and gained inhumanity for the purpose of psychic abilities.
Fuck. Yo!
Obviously, the lesson to walk away from is if you have a really in touch moment with one of my characters, you unlock DM fiats.
One possible method is imbuing a weapon with levels of electric intensity and then firing it with ballistics.
That was my idea. That's why I have 4 and 8 slots. Literally, sword raises, fucking like hand over it, make like imbuing it with electricity and launching it at somebody. I need all of those innate slots to do so. And then the 4th one is just so I can float around for aesthetic purposes while I do this. Or have a shield.
Now you don't even need to actually have it maintained because you can just use both powers at once.
Yeah.
But yes, a little bit of lore behind this, especially as a character who is now better understanding psychokinesis. Well, not psychokinesis, but psychic abilities in general. Psychic abilities are very in tune to one's emotional states. Kids are often trained to control their emotions to a high degree to prevent any outbursts or unforeseen events happening. Which means that under a controlled state, stress is the best way of improving one's psychic abilities, but not the only way. Getting a strong hold of your emotions and being able to get the most out of them will also allow you to control your psychic abilities with less trauma.
Huh. There's kind of a moment where Sebastian just stares forward a little bit, kind of sitting up a bit more straight. His face kind of less robotic as it is. He still looks stoic, but it's not the just blank sheet anymore.
I just realized as well, you can do a psycho electromagnetism cannon shot because the ballistics gives you a bonus to your projection roll, and magnetic acceleration gives you a bonus to your base damage.
Given me a lot of fun tools to work with, is what this is.
Probably do that with mundane weapons, though.
The shitty sword, the -5 quality sword.
I mean, the Lawbringer's probably not going to break.
Yeah, that's good.
What do you mean shitty? You think that's the best sword around?
Yeah, of course, my bad.
Don't forget, you're still under the misguided impression that thing's... Actually, did you ever ask somebody if it was shit or not? I forget.
He assumed it was. He assumed it was a decent sword, but then Lawbringer came around, so he's just never, thought about it.
Thank God, because fucking Finwith doesn't know the first thing about weapons.
It's actually worse because Anastasia was with him when he purchased that sword, and Anastasia didn't know shit for that weapon.
All of us were just like, I don't fucking know.
None of y'all have appraisal.
Looks nice, I guess.
Who needs appraisal in the mountains of fucking Hoffman?
Well, we also thought, who needs science in the mountains of Goldar? And then...
Every skill is useful. Sometimes.
I think we'd get appraisal at this point, with how many times appraisal has come up.
No, you never learned.
You don't.
Jock Squad.
That's expansive. That would be 15 points to spend, and I need that for stuff.
True. He sits up a bit more straight, just that expression, just As he holds out his hand, he begins to attempt. Once I get a little bit of I guess, not in a roleplay situation, I'll buy it all out, but I'll spend all my points. But he's going to try to create electricity.
Roll your potential.
You see him just go and then go limp.
All backwards.
asking your unconscious body, do I have permission to give you CPR?
Well, I didn't roll great, but this is actually fitting, honestly, for a beginning. I rolled like 116, so it goes down to the medium for 80. As in his hands, he creates a 1 intensity of electricity. As you see just this blue kind of electricity begin to spark in his hand, as he just kind of has a control on it. He messes with it, kind of moving his hand around, and then like disperses it.
That's new.
It is. I've been running myself ragged trying to learn it. I learn best under stress, and here it's been too much. Talking about it helped. I think I have control over this now.
Glad to help, but next time you try and learn something, maybe just try the talking part first. This place kind of sucks.
Believe you know me well enough, I'd do anything for power. Not anymore, but it wasn't part of my, it didn't cross my mind. Next time it happens, though.
Glad you're okay. While also not being okay, but we're working on that one. Shall we wake everybody up? Or
We should.
do you want to? Okay. He hauls himself back up. Moves over and hooks a foot behind Alexi's knee, just pulls upwards. Morning. I actually don't know. He looks up. Fake light.
That's true. We're just in a lit building, aren't we?
Yeah, it was not very.
Everybody
easy
had
on
like a
bed.
cloth over their eyes or something.
Alexi's big forearm was just like this, and then the glasses are pushed up onto his like forehead.
Anastasia.
His hair is
Hey,
his hair is like curtained over his face, so he has no light coming in.
hey, at least you can't complain I'm waking you up at crack of dawn. Don't know what time it is.
What? He just rolls over.
It just sets a heel into your armor, just jostles. Time to get up.
Fine. Just pulls himself up.
Alexi like stretches, extends his key out to make sure there's nothing nearby.
You detect a large source in the area that's been. It's wandering, but not too close.
It looks like the thing is moving, but nowhere closer to us. And he'll begin putting on his stuff.
Good. Sebastian's kind of like gets to his feet, getting all of his equipment as everyone's getting ready. Kind of pauses, mouth like open and closed a few times, and just Anastasia or Alexi.
A single open eye
Fitbit's
looks
behind
over
both
towards
of them,
you.
like,
I apologize for any coldness I have shown towards you both, and thank you for doing this with me.
It is no problem. Plus, you are nowhere as cold as Hoffman. You are fun.
It was like a slight confused eyebrow raise from Anas, but he smiles and just nods in response.
I hope I am not as cold as Hoffman. That's below the human body temperature.
joke,
Ah,
joke, humor.
sorry.
Oh, it is all right. I don't understand the joke, but I'm sure it was a good one. He gives Sebastian like a sleepy thumbs up.
But Sebastian then kind of quickly goes back to finishing his stuff, just not really looking at anybody. Like a little embarrassed.
I was vulnerable. Ugh.
Wait,
The mortifying ordeal of being known.
I was vulnerable. Ew, wait. You're trying to work past that? Don't think that way.
Glad you're feeling better.
Finwith is radiating a positive mood.
Thank you.
Literally radiating extroverted energy.
He's got like the anime thing where they have like the like yellow like aura around the head. Like there's like some little squiggly lines, maybe some like little like cartoonish little flowers kind of pop it off.
Anastasia and Sebastian's like, so much power.
Oh God.
My
Thank
darkness!
God he's not a psychic.
My edge. It's smoothing out.
Just looks at Finwith. How are you so cheerful during the day?
Spent my whole life having to wake up real early. So, you know. And I'm in such good company, and he just like slings an arm around Anastasia and just like hauls him in and is like, how could I not be? I didn't get eaten by a wall, didn't get turned into an icicle, I didn't get torched. All in all, pretty good days.
He pats you on the shoulder. Yeah. Guess we can look at it.
Haven't gotten
It
to
has
beat
been pretty
many
good.
things up yet. Though. Not like in that part. Here's to changing it. If nothing else, I'm gonna ruin the furniture in this place as soon as we're done dealing with the last one.
Which is fair.
So, what do you guys do?
He releases Anastasia so that he may have his edgy distance once more.
Ragdolls across the room.
Alexei just puts on his gear, kind of observing Sebastian's more timid isn't the right word.
It is
Embarrassed.
stoic. Well, actually, now, yeah, it's fucking embarrassed, but he's just trying to hide it.
Vulnerable.
Yeah. But he at least, both of you do notice, he still has his, like, stoic expression on, but it's less kind of robotic.
He almost looks like a regular person, just in kind of a bad mood.
But still, that's his normal mood.
It's just like, oh, the place is taking over him. Swing.
Who are you?
He has
What have
the
you done with
worst retching bitch face.
Yeah,
He's
he
just
totally
been
does.
Scowling for years and is just stuck that way.
Yeah.
Well,
Alright,
we
so
want
we
to take...
have a break down the door.
Yes, let's take a look at that door, and he'll walk over and see if like the ice has melted at all on it.
It really hasn't. It's not a lot of ambient temperature down here.
Is it melting under the radiation, like the energy of radiation coming off of Finwith?
Finwith has sunk a couple inches into the ice, sure.
Making progress thawing something else out too.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab more water.
The worst part is that your boot gets stuck. Just kidding. All right, so we are going to try and go through this door, yes?
Yeah.
You gonna break it like the last one? A lot of ice on it.
Certainly try.
Probably faster than having at it with an ice pick. He kind of gestures over at Alexi.
Oh, I was just going to swing the sword, but if we wanted to do a coordinated assault, I'm perfectly fine with that as well.
Like we did the last time.
He grabs the sword and kind of like looks over, waiting for Sebastian's go.
Extends his hand out. As he just goes, no. And he will shatter.
Simultaneous friendship breach. Let's go.
Oh god. Our friendship's not cracked out to what's... That is a bad roll.
That's okay. The power of friendship gave me a 100 on the first roll.
That's good, at least.
All right, I need to remember my penalties to this.
That's just a 140.
And then drawing it is a 25, so it's minus 35. Okay.
140.
That's 100 physical resistance from the door. I rolled like garbage.
$332 attack.
Okay. Together, you guys managed to shatter the ice, and unfortunately, the body as well, as it was plastered against the wall.
Grim.
But together, you guys managed to clear out a lot of the ice. There's some of it kind of cracking and falling to the floor with a and you guys see a strangely weathered looking door that at one point was probably seamless against the wall, but now there's patches of like where the paint has chipped off, and the door is slightly offset. It was more or less protected by the ice for your guys' blow, so beyond that you guys didn't really damage the door all that much.
Oh. He slides the katana back into place. Does it look like a regular door, or does it look like one of the weird doors that are here?
It doesn't look like a normal door. Like it looks like a panel on the wall that would like look flush, but then it would shift and move to the side, like a secret door.
Fair. Lexi will try to push.
Anastasia will assist.
You guys push, and you feel strong resistance.
Hmm.
You know what? I guess I'll buy this ability too.
High on the power.
Yes, I am.
Are you the storm that's approaching?
I'd say so.
Oh.
I'm motivated. Actually, first, Sebastian is gonna try. He's gonna take off the psychic band.
Okay.
Does he feel like immediate paranoia?
No, it seems to have subsided by this point.
He kind of hooks it around his belt, and he's going to perceive electricity.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
That is well over the base 120, so that's going to be, I can sense electricity at 150-foot radius.
Okay. Placing your hand upon the door, you sense, and your vision not your vision, but you get a strong sense as the space around you explodes with electric activity. You can feel and perceive the large multitude of wires extending not through the wall, well, not only through the wall, but through the floor, and everywhere around you. This place is absolutely full of a rather low intensity electricity. You can
Okay.
see how the wires and everything in the door kind of move through, and you can definitely tell that this door is very electrically manipulated.
Sebastian would like to use electricity control to try to see if he can open the door.
Okay.
Man, I got a flashback to Soren.
God, electromagnetism's so cool. That's
I
gonna
know,
be.
you're so cool.
That's gonna be. I can control up to 8 intensities. It's not. It's not an elemental or like a living thing, so I don't think. I don't know if it makes a resistance check.
No, you don't have to worry about that. You focus, and as you can feel, you can move and shift the electricity. As you do so, it acts almost like water, and whatever channels you open up to, it flows into. You're not familiar with how the technology here works, so it takes some moving, adjusting. Imagine like one of those like electric sand puzzle things or whatever. You're just trying to shift it into the right channel. And
He's like hand on the door, eyes closed, just intense focus as he's just fiddling with the electricity in the door.
Random AC unit comes on in that room.
What does he think he's doing? I don't think doors have spirits.
it's just as you say that there is a sudden shift, and you hear very rusty bolts of as something kind of shifts and grinds in the door before it kind of pushes in and then begins moving aside. And
Puts his hand.
as Anastasia and Alexei notice that the door does not open in, it slides.
What a terrible design for a door.
That's everyone's like, why would it slide? Just
Which
have
is why it
open
was
in and out.
grinding, actually, because you guys are really fucking strong. And like bent some of the channels in it. So like when the door gets like almost open, it's like not completely able to completely close as something has been bent out of shape.
Haha! It is done. And he walks in.
Before you guys see an ornate stone hallway with steps leading up to they go about like 5 feet up, and there's a long hallway that seems to extend deeper into the facility.
Oh, so if this isn't the training place, is this where the people lived? 'Cause we haven't found that, right?
No.
Why would they live connected to the training place? Well, I guess maybe if they like to fake and go outside.
Maybe it is like another one of those observation deck things.
Didn't you say you were looking for an office specifically here? Looks at Sebastian.
I thought I would be.
And sorry, just for the players more than anything, you do remember that there is the only way into the training facility at all was through the control room. They had to open it from there manually to allow you guys through. So if you're trying to protect yourselves from a bunch of psychic kids who could, like kill you if they have a panic attack, what better than to have a secret doorway in a chamber that they can open from the control room, so they know who's in and who's out at any one time.
Yeah, no, I gather it. However, Finwith doesn't know.
No, that's fine. I was saying also for the players, so you're not confused as to like.
No, I can figure the lockdown thing, and also just it'd be nicer to have it off of there, because why are they gonna go to the very back wall of this thing? Like, this place is huge. So.
Oh, apparently one of the kids found it.
Yeah, strange. It was almost as if they had placed themselves directly in front of the door.
To be fair, from this point, they have a great vantage of the rest of the field.
Oh, it's
Oh, yeah.
true.
That's it.
It's also the most
And
optimal
they're further
sniping
away from the
position.
guns.
Snipe them as they run out.
That's what the people in charge with guns probably thought. They might not have guns. Depends on how advanced
It is a blacksmith
Blackstone's
facility, so it's
grubby
possible.
hands. Yeah. maybe.
Can
They
we-
probably,
They
have,
probably have
something
something-
better than guns.
Probably. They have like a fucking Lost Logius or whatever back here or some shit. They've refitted to make a new fancy one.
Aside from the flickering of lights, do we hear anything from down this elaborate stone hallway?
No, you hear the sound of like empty cavern.
Now that we're back here and past the electric wall, though, do the key pings pick anything up? Mostly Alexi's, not mine. Mine's not far enough.
It's very hard to tell. The sheer amount of electricity running through these walls makes most detecting like abilities somewhat difficult to use. At the very least, Alexi is picking up the sensation that there is something back here. He doesn't know how much, what, or how far.
There does appear to be a energy source from back here. I don't know how far though.
Can you feel anybody's mind?
Shit, one sec.
That's where you have to spend a point to borrow that ability, right?
I do. I have the points for it. I just realized, shit, I didn't write down how many psychic points I got left.
Oh, you have access
Hey,
to area
two.
now if you wanted to.
What?
There's an electromagnetism ability, I believe. Their version of area. People's
Read electrical impulse. Yeah,
That might be it, yeah.
try to do that.
You know the area is very full of electricity, so the minor amounts of electrical impulses in a person would be hard to detect.
Yeah, I have to roll really well to sense
Versus
that.
like their mind.
That's
I
right.
mean, yeah. The only other thing I can do is if they're moving. Oh yeah, didn't you say they're moving?
He doesn't know.
No, but
the big thing in the other
The
area
other thing was this
was moving.
the way we're going isn't near whatever the other thing is.
well, I didn't sense like 4 things. I'm gonna try just the movement thing. See if I can just detect any motion.
Someone to fuck with you just waves their hands.
Yeah, because I didn't sense like any psychic stuff from here, so I'd do it again. Like I'd sense it like now. But let's see. All
I'm
right.
trying to remember what the song I'm looking for is called.
All right. I can sense up to. I got a 194 that bumps up to a 240. That is a 1,500 foot radius, and anything in that radius has to make a 240 physical resistance. Otherwise, I know where they are.
Okay. As you focus,
You know where Alexi is.
as you focus, you sense something is barely shifting. You can determine its shape, only its general direction.
I can't perceive its size or anything. Like,
Does it say you can?
I can. Size. I thought you meant just for the effects of, like, this situation, but... Because I know it's speed, size, and direction, just not its shape.
It's strange. Its size is kind of... It
Amorphous.
feels small. Maybe about, like, 3 feet and kind of roundish. And it's undulating slightly.
Hmm. Before we investigate this small, scary hallway, I need to go to the bathroom.
Sure, you know what? We are at the 2-hour mark, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So, if you are watching and haven't done so already, please go ahead and follow, see more amazing content like this. We play Cradle to Crypt every Monday, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to 8. And you can see more amazing content like this. We also play Pathfinder and other games during the week. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and cut for a break. It is 6:30 now. We'll be back by 6:40 Pacific Standard Time, about 10 minutes.
very different.
All right, we're back as you guys dive deeper into the facility. So, as you guys are kind of going down this stone corridor, you can see that it's very ornately done. There's nice tile work on the ground, and the walls were textured to look appealing to the eye, not just like straight slabs like it near the kid sleeping quarters, more or less. And as you guys get a certain distance in, it opens up into a large, nice looking facility. Well, it was nice at one point. If it wasn't for all the bodies on the ground. There are long dead, mutilated corpses everywhere in this section. There's like it opens up into what would be a very nice like lobby area. There's some chairs sitting around. It looks like they had their own personal cafeteria. There's a set of stairs that go up to another level. It's all nice and white, very futuristic looking, and it's just all coated in old gore and blood and bodies.
How many bodies are in here?
In this room alone, at least 18.
Oh shit. Looks like somebody else got their revenge first. And a couple pounds of blood and flesh.
And these look like what used to be adults? Or are these about the same size as, like, kids?
No, they're all adults, and they don't look twisted or deformed or anything. They just look like people who were murdered.
So just a bunch of skeletons, or
No, the bodies are... Well, you guys don't know how long the bodies have been here, but...
probably advanced
fresh.
rot?
Well, based on the blood, is that at least like brown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely like a covering of the mouth sort of thing. So that would be rancid.
Oh yeah.
Given how the bodies are laid out, does it look like they were thrown across the room or running from something?
Is there survival in this game?
There's survival.
You make survival. Try to break down the scene.
I think it was Insight is the one you added in the other game.
No, we have insight in this one.
Insight's
Okay,
actually
then
in
it was
this one.
reverse.
It wasn't in the other one.
Yeah, both of them had survival then, because you added that in the children's campaign.
That's true.
Yeah, survival.
Because when we learned survival in Kashmir.
Yeah.
Okay, so survival it is.
You guys had survival competitions early, and Sebastian won because... Sebastian.
Survival.
I definitely didn't stake that caribou from 5 miles away.
No.
Bastard. Cheater.
I felt like a completely different person back then.
Wow, I wonder why that would be. Somewhere out there is a were-dog who abandoned me.
I'd say 116 survival.
Not bad.
It's rather hard to tell the exact methods, but many of these people died in some form of attack. Many of them appeared to have been running away, many of them falling on their stomachs or faces. Many of them lying on their backs, clenching onto wounds from some kind of weapon.
Does it look like they were running from a specific area or just running like towards the door in this room?
It looks rather panicked and unorganized.
Guess they weren't expecting anybody to find them.
Seems like it.
Strangely enough, you do find some of them holding strange items or implements covered in blood, as if they had stabbed someone with them.
But aside from that, there's nothing, at least from what we can tell, living in this room.
No, there's nothing alive in this room. There is the stairs that go up to another level. That seems to go deeper into the facility. There's also bathrooms in here.
There might be hidden loot in there, guys.
They're
Oh,
always there.
shit. All right, is it gonna be the audio log or the one turd in one of the toilets? Let's find out what type of game dev Cameron is.
Is there a gun or a key card in the
Hack.
bathroom counter?
Nothing, but you guys can immersively use the restroom.
Whoa!
Is there one with a vent?
Immersion.
Is
All
there...
of us walk in. What type of fucking like? What is this?
Oh, the toilet just spat at me.
Oh, it roared. Got angry.
Is there one stall with a vent above it that when you open it has a mysteriously placed ammo box just sitting there?
No.
These aren't the type of these aren't like the type of restrooms with like the air hand dryers, is there?
Yes, actually it is.
Well, we probably haven't taken a shit since we came in here, so...
Immersion.
Last question, so I can get immersed in the scene. Just one last one.
Okay.
Inside the bathroom, is it like decent toilet paper, or is it like the shitty one ply, like fucking?
It's the
bulk?
shitty one ply.
Okay.
Mass produced.
where you have to use half a roll just for one wipe. I gotcha.
Okay. It's like I'm there. It's like I'm there.
Yeah.
We're in the moment. All right.
I guess
go-
to increase immersion, there's also dead people in the bathroom.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Any of them shit themselves before they got to the toilet in fear of being slaughtered? Not that I'm checking.
If you don't check, then you don't know. I'm sorry to say. I guess I don't have to describe it to y'all.
Delightful.
There was the poor bastard who died on the toilet.
We're in too many layers of immersion now.
It did seem like some people had retreated and attempted to hide in some of the stalls unsuccessfully.
Do any of like the stall doors look pried off at all? Or are they intact?
Some were slightly damaged in that way, yeah. Unfortunately, it's one of those shitty stalls that have just a little nub that goes in that if you really shook the door hard enough, you could open the door.
Did they have the actual like narrow gaps where you actually have privacy, or did they do the like every women's bathroom in America where it's like the gap is like this wide and you're like, why would you design it like this?
Yeah, it's the one you could literally stick your finger through.
Terrible. I hate this facility. We're definitely burning it.
I support Arthur's goal now.
Yep. All right. Up the stairs.
Actually, Arthur, who's killed all these people.
It's Arthur. That's what we find out.
So you head upstairs. This
That's
facility
busted.
is well situated for long-term living. You guys see rooms, you see like hallways that extend like inns where they have individual small space rooms. There's even like a lounge area with like a pool table and comfy looking seats. There's many sections and like a personal library. This is such a nice living situation, especially in contrast to what you went through living through here. Sleeping on really shitty thin mattresses on steel cots and having bare sheetrock walls all around you. It all seems to lead up, though. You walk down this nice carpeted hallway, and it all seems to lead up to a set of nice, intricately carved red oak doors.
So this weird fur that's on the ground.
And is that where
You
I
guys have seen
sense...
fucking carpets before.
We have rugs, and we've definitely
I've
seen
never
carpet.
seen a carpet before.
Made out of animals, sure.
This would be a weirdly elaborate construction of Animal High.
You guys stayed at an inn in Gabriel. They fucking have carpets.
I know.
Is this
Was
where I
that
sense the
this
movement from?
campaign, though?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what
That's
the
where you
term-
had the tournament.
I'm just kidding.
Is that where I sense the movement from? Like inside there?
Yes.
All right. There's something in there. Be ready.
Well, time to find the tube baby that we adopt. Turns out to be a MacGuffin for the end of the game.
Alright. Unsheath sword.
Finn was ready's up. You can hear a crack as he shifts. Alright. Go.
Okay. You open the door. You see a lavished office with a nice desk. It's very open. There's a wide variety of monitors behind the main desk. It's a nice swivel chair. You see a bunch of stuff, and Sebastian, you notice something is under the desk, slightly undulating.
It's under the desk.
Just kick the desk over.
Finn with
Do you
like
just-
as you move in is like, alright, if there's anything left to you, I'd suggest you speak up now. Getting real tired of creepy stuff.
You listen, you hear a faint whimpering.
Oh shit. He kind of crouches down, even though it's like a flat back desk, I would assume, so we can't
Yeah.
see underneath. Hey, are you one of the kids from here?
Please. Oh,
We're not one of the bad adults. If you got a name, can you tell it to me?
oh God, please.
He just kind of shakes his head.
Oh no, he's ran out of dialogue options.
Is this like a heavy oak desk kind of look?
Yeah.
Would you want me to pull it to the side?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Alright. Free hand. The other one holding the sword just tries to pull the desk to the side to reveal it.
Flipping would be best, because if you pulled it, you're just pouring this poor man or woman against the carpet on the bottom, being dragged
Hey.
by the desk.
Yeah, we'll just move to the
You-
side so you,
you
can flip it back
You
towards
can
the
just
door.
flip it over, revealing them.
He'll flip
And
it.
you're strong enough to do so easily enough. You flip this
Hope
massive
the
desk
kid's
over that goes
not an
with a
adult.
loud crash, and you see an emaciated man. Hair has grown long and unruly, clothes disheveled, very emaciated and gaunt, just sitting there. Looks up. Ah, guys, please no! Ah! He like crawls on all fours like Golem across the floor and like crouches in the corner. Please no! Please no! No more laughing, please.
Oh, laughing. Ah. You know, you kind of look old. You kind of look like an adult.
Don't, please kill, no, please, God.
Yeah, you look like one of the people who would have done this to them. He looks to Sebastian. There's not much left of him, sounds like. Whatever
I can
that
try to
thing
persuade him.
Probably been messing with him.
I just heard chirping from behind me.
Yeah,
It's definitely
your
showing us the
cat
light at
has
the end of the tunnel.
opened your window to the astral plane.
It's really hard to act serious when I hear really faint chirping behind me.
I could try to persuade him, see if we can calm him down. Might be able to get some answers.
If you can.
We're not here to hurt you. We are just here for answers.
Please not.
Names every flexing whispers. I'm kind of definitely here to hurt anybody who did that kind of stuff to Sebastian. Like,
Alexi nods.
He's not holding his neck like the children were at all, is he?
No.
Looking at like the appearance of him, does he? I don't know if this is clothing or just whatever looks somewhat familiar.
Not to you, no.
Uh,
By the way, I need everyone in this room to make a psychic resistance roll, please.
sure.
Sebastian, you do not have the bonus of the headband.
I was about to mention. Well, that's pretty good.
I almost typed it in the Twitch chat.
I've done that almost a few times, like today. I rolled a 93.
So close.
Ironically.
Yeah.
Everyone but Sebastian hears.
I don't
And-
think that's a funny joke, but I do agree probably deserved it.
And your mind begins to get a bit fuzzy. You all start to lose your sense of self somewhat, and you get a strong paranoia that everyone in this room will try to kill you.
And the voice was just in her head. It didn't seem to be coming from a specific direction.
Yes. As everyone thinks, how do I play my character that way?
Man,
looks
I know how I'd
close
play my
into it.
character.
What do you mean he thinks his friends will try and kill him? How?
There's that, but there's also the fact that does Alexi believe anybody could kill him?
Just, I believe everyone in this room's gonna kill me.
Like, I don't think any of them could kill me. Fuck these guys. I could beat them all. I did beat them.
I just
can
picture it's
say-
like, oh, they're all gonna take me down. Like, no, they can't. Looks at Sebastian. He definitely can't.
All I can say is you guys get a minor madness of paranoia.
How tall's the ceiling in this room?
Not particularly tall, maybe 10 feet.
The whole like losing a sense of self. Like, are they just paranoid about people killing them, or are they somehow like less of whatever their personality is, or like
For instance, being extremely paranoid that people around you is uncharacteristic for your characters in general. So by losing a sense of self, that means that despite all logic and reason, you legitimately think anyone in this room could kill you at any moment.
I almost forgot we also had the plus 20, but still, I wouldn't have made it.
Oh yeah, no, plus 20 would have been enough.
No.
Well, I can't read any of this stuff, so he just kind of gestures jerkily towards the like the desk and all the stuff in there, and moves away from Alexei, who he had just been standing right next to, like whispering to, and moves without giving his back to the others towards the door, and heads back out to the larger room. Immediately uncomfortable in a smaller place.
Alexei's eyes are darting off after Fenwith, and then like quick shifting between different individuals in the room.
And I suppose Fenwith is ready to accumulate should he think he needs to.
Sure.
Oh, Saucy holds his head from first impact from hearing a voice in his head. Then he actually looks at Sebastian before suddenly looking at the floor.
Are you all right?
I am fine. And he
His question comes off almost insinuating, like something is wrong with you.
Oh, there's always something wrong with me.
Alright, Shadow the Hedgehog.
we're gonna place that. We're gonna put a pin in that. We'll address that later.
Man, Sebastian doesn't know what to do here.
Oh, Fenwith has bolted. Alexei's just eyeing around. The vampire's making no eye contact with anybody.
There's a man crying almost in the corner. It's a
Now,
weird
fuck
time.
him. He probably was orchestrating half your torture. Just kill that fucker. Or he was an unlucky janitor.
I'm gonna try to do a fucking 2-part whammy. I'm gonna spend a psychic point to sense matrices.
Okay.
Oh, that's very good. That is absurd level, 180. I can sense up to 800 feet. I know which discipline a psychic has affinity with, recognize the power in use, detect latent powers, and can see active matrices.
Okay. As you do this, suddenly your vision becomes consumed, overwhelmed by massive threads of psychic energy, all of them twisting out in normally psychic matrices move in very almost like circuit like patterns, very direct and following the course of least resistance, but these are erratic, irregular, squirming like they're alive, twisting about. They are all chaos. They are all madness. And you can see, dead center of the room, the strong profile of an individual if they were inverted.
Sebastian acts as if he does not see it. He works to kind of like looks off at the figure on the ground. And as he's doing so, he's going to try okay. He wants to try launching his sword at that figure. It doesn't look in any way corporeal when he saw it.
It doesn't feel like it. It's strange. It's just like a space where all this chaotic psychic energy is emanating from. Almost
He's
like
gonna
a
launch.
corona.
He's gonna launch the sword at it.
Okay.
Oh,
Go
you
ahead,
could
make
try
your
your new cool
potential.
thing.
With the, I'm looking at it like the combo, the fun little wombo combo I could do. Because I have to create electricity, then control it, and then shoot.
Wait, why must you do that?
I have to create the intensity and then control it so it doesn't dissipate. I mean, unless I can do like a burst, because it's there for a little bit.
So whatever, it's an active action. So in a way, what happens is you can attack with an intensity, just like create heat or create ice does. It uses your psychic projection. It's an obvious ability, so people who have the ability to deflect it can. And its base damage is, or it doesn't do damage. It's either they defend it or they don't, and they take the number of intensities.
Okay. And could I attach that to my sword? Like,
Yeah,
with
I
this?
mean,
Oh.
equivalently, you're just shooting two abilities at the same time, but
Okay.
skinning it, you're just your weapon is flying and it does a certain number of intensities as well.
All right. Well, I'll do that then. As he like kind of preparing, getting everything like sorted, he turns, sword just starts to launch. He has his hand next to the sword where it's unsheathing itself like rapidly, and as it does so from his hand, intensities of electricity begin to just emanate onto the sword, imbuing it.
Alexei grips his sword.
He is going to kill you.
Sebastian pulls his blade.
Anastasia grips the breaker blade tighter.
Two of them
Alright.
went with their weapons, Anastasia.
This is going to be that's pretty fucking good too. That is 7 intensities.
Okay.
And
35
for
damage. Not bad.
ballistics. Alright. That is pretty good. Pretty
I
sure that's a
believe in the
280.
you that believes in you.
That is going to be 280, so plus 40 to my projection.
Okay.
Uh, 278.
For your projection, or
Yes, that's my projection.
all right. So you turn and launch at this figure. The electricity seems to go K-wire, though, magnetizing, as it pulls towards the closest target wearing metal armor. As, hey, Anastasia, make a defense roll for me, please.
Fuck.
As you launch this, and because of your recent use of abilities, you see the lines of chaos warp around the blade and adjust it. You feel completely in control. You fire, you point it straight. There's no reason why this blade should have shot out in that direction like that.
Done with outside having a terrible time, but not as bad as you fucks about to. You don't want to have been stuck in a room with an Ignis fin with.
So,
Yeah.
what'd you get, Anastasia, for your defense?
That is a 276 dodge.
All right. You barely avoid out of the way as Sebastian attacks you.
Just looks at him.
He brings the sword back, like, towards him and just, apologies. There's something in the room.
Anastasia, make psychic resistance roll for me, please.
And just making sure I remember those numbers. It is a plus 20 from the headbands, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is a 151.
As a 151. You become hostile to Sebastian, as that was very obviously an attempt at your life. There's no way at this close range he would have done so otherwise. And yeah, you become hostile.
Well, he's gonna go on the defensive since he knows Sebastian's abilities.
Would you though? You know Sebastian's abilities.
He's
You know what it
robust.
takes to take me down.
He
A
does.
solid hit.
You are hostile. You are trying to defeat him in the most efficient way possible.
Alright, let's go for an attack then. I am so sorry.
It's good. I'm certain everything will work out. Hopefully. I guess all Sebastian can do is shield.
This is so sad. Finwith was looking forward to fighting too.
268 attack.
Throwing up a shield. I'm seeing if it's actually gonna work though. I'm gonna have to bend luck. That's not good. It's not good at all.
She sensed blood in the water. Come
No, Ripley, this
closer,
isn't a
Ricky.
good violence. I'm being attacked by my friends.
Goddess of violence. There she
That's
is.
slightly better. Still the same value. Alright. I have the base, like the 300 life point shield.
You're gonna need it.
Yep.
And your projection.
God, my dice really like the number 93. 318.
Okay. Anastasia, it's 260% of your damage.
A lot.
Yeah.
You said 260?
Correct.
That's 338.
Oh fuck.
Hey, make a dodge roll for me, please.
Oh
Sebastian.
fuck.
On the bright side, he blocked 300 of it.
No, if it breaks the shield, the attack just goes through.
Well, it's been a nice campaign. Nice knowing you, Sebastian.
71.
Alrighty.
Oh! Wait. You are flying, right?
No, he's not.
Okay. I mean, it would give him an extra 10, but it's fine.
No,
I have good
unfortunately,
armor.
this is just the situation.
I have good armor though, so
Okay, so what
Something.
is your cut armor?
my cut armor, and I didn't actually get rid of my armor that I gave myself last session. So
Sorry.
let me do some math.
You are gonna ping pong off a fucking wall though, which is gonna be
Oh yeah, this
very
is not
amusing.
gonna be fun.
Okay, so that's before. So I get half of that. Or I get half the value of all these things. 7 cut.
Okay, not bad, not bad. Anastasia got 190 over you. So minus 7. Anastasia, it's 120% of your damage.
That is 156.
Down.
All right. So Anastasia, you shoot and you're like sorry, and Anastasia comes at you. Anastasia is fast as well as you know. You get a shield up just in time, but you did not have the time to focus. Anastasia breaks through your shield, and before you are even aware, he splats you against the back wall. You don't die, because you don't take enough hit points to die. But you're not doing good. The guy on the ground is crying out, like, oh, please, no, no, please. Everyone hears. Right, I gotta do this one.
This is another one that's inside our heads, or is this an actual outright audible one?
You cannot tell the difference.
Yeah.
As this happens, I need both Anastasia and Alexi to make a roll. Psychic resistance, please. Don't forget your plus 20.
That's pretty good.
I would like to roll above a 70, please.
You may not suffer.
Oh, wait, actually, that is off. That would be a 66, because I forgot to add the 20.
Ooh.
Come on, Ripley demands more murder. Look at her.
She's so happy.
Sorry, getting preps.
I almost rolled as high as I possibly can. So, I don't know.
Let's see here. Alright. Alexi, this strikes you as wrong. Something is happening and something is not right. Anastasia, you just murdered Alexi's friend. He's gonna turn on you now if you don't stop him. You become hostile to Alexi. And you see something in the room.
Anastasia does?
Yes.
Hmm.
And
Wait,
it's
Wait, just me?
just you.
That is a prerequisite, ain't it?
Alright, you should have a new handout. As you look, and in the center of the room sits a terrifying being. A man hanging upside down, bound by bands as if in a straitjacket. Wings broken and covered similarly in these bands, and chains wrapped around him as he's sitting, floating in the center of this room, upside down, laughing maniacally. And now that you are in the state that you are, his laughter does not stop for you.
Except it keeps going after that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to stop.
Monster turns towards the camera. No, please!
As you can see, a wide smile squishing all of his facial features up. out from his flowing, unkept hair. And this does not seem wrong to you whatsoever. Anyway, Anastasia, make your attack against Alexei.
Could be better.
Thank God I rolled low.
All right. You come in with a massive swing with your weapon. Do you block or dodge this, Alexei?
Technically block.
Alrighty. Sasha, make an impact roll. And Alexei, roll a strength check.
Decent.
All right. Finwith, you hear a loud crash as Alexei goes flying into the opposing wall. Flying a good like 30 feet back into the wall with a crash. Your impact armor prevents you from taking any damage from this, so you don't need to worry about that. But yeah, Anastasia, for being as small as they are, that weapon hits like a fucking bus, and you cannot keep your feet if he strikes you like that again. Alexei, it's your action. You have regained your senses for now.
He knocked the sense into you too. Even if he hadn't, that would have cleared your fucking head.
He would be like jovial in this instance, but there's currently an ally down, so he takes on a much more serious look on his face. Goes, Anastasia, this is wrong. You should be able to pull yourself from this. You know this can't be right. And he's gonna try to do a leadership like he did with
Okay.
our
Go
dear
ahead.
buddy Finwith. I'll take it. We take those.
Jesus.
We take those.
What's your leadership?
A 140. I rolled a 95 and then a 92. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I guess we fucking take those.
And you said a 140?
I have a 140 in my thing, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm 100 off on that one.
Yeah, it's a 329, not a 427.
I mean, it's still fucking disgusting either way.
Still.
I was about to say, the math don't add up there. It does change, at least, how much of a bonus it gives. It gives a pretty good bonus, though.
Yeah.
Especially to resistance checks, which are only
80.
limited by, they're limited by presence.
120, 140, 180, 240, 280, 320. Yeah, that gives a... Anastasia, you get a bonus of 35 to a psychic resistance roll on top of your 20 for a grand total of plus 55 to your psychic resistance.
Okay.
That's the best I can give you. Sorry.
I'll take it. Anything to get me out of this.
And then he breathes in and begins to accumulate, but he'll take the total defense action.
Okay. Go ahead and make the roll, Anastasia Finwith. You heard this, and your first thought is, oh my god, they're killing each other in there.
Oh shit. So I'm out of that then.
I don't know. What's your paranoid reaction to this? You just walked out of
What,
the
that they're
room.
killing
Did
each
you go
other?
all the
Okay, so
way
I'm still
to?
paranoid.
Yeah, you're still paranoid.
Outside of the room, is it like a hallway or is it like an open area?
It's a long, like, hotel hallway.
No, that would have been dangerous to stay in. That's a bottleneck for, mostly honestly for Sebastian. The other two he could bash into the walls and it would be the same thing, but he could get a really long sightline. So if he was paranoid that one of them was going to kill him, no, he would have gone for open spaces. That way he
Okay.
wasn't backed into a corner.
Then you make your way all the way out into the main cafeteria area. Looking around, though, you have a feeling that the bodies will come up and attack you at any moment.
Is there like a defensible corner or whatever where there aren't bodies, or he thinks he can get like his back to walls?
There is like a small corner of the second level up before you enter into the hallway area.
Then he'd take up position there and basically be ready to accumulate as soon as anything moves. Antsy and disliking the fact that he's stuck underground. He knew this shit was like a cave. Only bad things come out of places like this.
With Alexei crying out on Anastasia, you're shaken for a moment, and as you do so, the figure in front of you disappears. Looking around now, you still feel paranoid, but you know something is wrong. You're on edge. For all intents and purposes, you are no longer too paranoid to work with your teammates, but you are distracted when it comes to using other actions, so it'll be a -30. Also, Sebastian is like in a bloody pile on the floor.
Yeah, he notices that. But despite losing visual, that image is still sticking in his head.
Oh yeah, no, you will never forget that.
You have an eternity to remember it.
Oh, he does. This is gonna be fun. I can't hit what you can't see. So
I learned that too.
Actually, given what he's seen, and Sebastian making the comment of he didn't intend to hit me, could I put 2 and 2 together?
Like I said, you feel like something is wrong. You understand something is wrong. But the
like Sebastian
sense of
explained to us
paranoia
before that something was making him paranoid. So we know it's possible.
doesn't leave you. It's like an anxiety attack. You can't force yourself to calm down.
Okay, well, it's gonna have to be a fight or flight moment then.
If you are worried about a blind, you can take an area attack to half a blind penalty.
Okay.
It's panic flash out.
Sebastian's on the ground. He's not gonna.
You're not necessarily hostile to anyone. You don't have to attack anyone. Nor do you necessarily feel like they're actually going to attack you, but your body is telling you that they're going to attack you.
Like, you can't turn off the flight or fight, but like reasonably you're like, why am I feeling like this? These are my friends. Holy shit, he's fucking bleeding out. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Well, then he will take the flight option, but
What if you have a potion?
he does have a potion.
Alexis
Okay.
does.
No, we all have one because Ishtar handed us one.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So, against his better judgment, knowing how Sebastian feels about touch, he's currently unconscious and he does not care. He's going to grab Sebastian's body and book it out of the room.
Okay. Alexi, roll for me a psychic resistance roll, please. Anastasia just took off with Sebastian's limp body after attacking you.
Bleeding out, and he's a vampire. I've connected
Exactly.
the dots.
I rolled well.
That's a
Well,
plus
I rolled
20.
moderate. Yeah. And I rolled a 41.
Shame you can't give yourself a bonus.
You
Oh, I'm
believe
sorry,
that
that should be a little lower.
Anastasia is taking off Sebastian to devour him.
Fair. Chases after Anastasia, even though he could not catch him, he'll use an
True.
athletics to try and catch up. Oof, and I rolled like garbage. 90.
Yeah, no. you can maintain your pace, is what you rolled. Alrighty. So, Anastasia, you go booking it out. You're carrying his body. What do you do?
He is making back for the room with ice.
Okay. Finwith, someone suddenly comes busting out of the hallway near you, running really, really fast. What do you do?
They go straight by.
I'm asking the moment you see them, what do you do in that half second? Before you know what they're doing or
That starts
anything.
accumulating. He's like backed up in the corner, ready for if anything steps to him. He's accumulating. He'll go ahead and attack if something's within range, but otherwise he's cornering himself.
Okay.
So none of them can get the drop on him. And if it runs by, then he'll go for stealth if it doesn't look like it's noticed.
You back up and begin to accumulate magic as you see Anastasia as a blur run down the stairs, and you can see Sebastian's limp body in his arms bleeding heavily. Roll for me a psychic resistance, please, as Anastasia is running off to go eat Sebastian, your close friends.
Was gonna kill me.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like nothing makes sense.
That's just a day in the life.
All the while,
170.
Actually, quick question for clarification from the GM. Did it look like it was standing, or was it suspended?
it was
was
suspended
down.
upside down in the air.
They're like chains and binds.
Okay.
Not even hanging by chains and vines. It was levitating upside down in the middle of the air.
Alright, just covered in them.
Yes. It's
And
hard
it's
to
a
describe
170.
without seeing the picture.
So what's the resistance check come out to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Failure. He's gonna go eat your friend.
Alright, well, he can't catch. None of my stuff has a movement bonus fast enough that I'd be able to catch up, but I guess I could track him, so he could still give chase and hunt him.
Okay.
So he'll accumulate and take off after Anastasia.
Alright. You're getting down. Anastasia, you're moving by. You see suddenly Finwith, after a moment, is pursuing after you. Roll for me a psychic resistance, please.
None of us have the psychic resistance base to succeed at this shit.
This is a very hard enemy to fight in this situation.
Yeah.
Worst part is you have to be insane to see them as well.
That is a 161.
Everyone has obviously gone insane. If you let Alexi or Finwith catch up to you, you're gonna have to fight them off.
Gotta go fast.
I'll never catch you. You could go at a jogging pace, and we'll.
And you can't shadow step with somebody else in your arms, can you?
No. Or if it is an ability I could eventually develop, we haven't worked with it enough for it to be an actual thing.
But you're going busting down this hallway. Everyone is pursuing after you. Unless anyone does anything differently in that round. In the next round.
At my pace, I guess.
You won't catch him anyway, he's too far ahead.
I mean, true, but it will just dictate when stuff starts changing.
Sure, go ahead.
Where I am.
If you feel like it'll make a difference.
I mean, I have an 80 athletics. In theory, I should be able to go faster. 143.
Okay. You go a little faster. You make a 9 agility speed. It's pretty good. Not quite as fast as Anastasia, but pretty good.
Okay. That's pretty much my round, is just trying to play catch up, I guess.
Okay. So Anastasia, you bust into the open area, the ice area. Now what?
Given when we entered, I know there was an observation window at some point. Could he see how high up that is? Eventually?
The observation window is ground level, and it's all the way on the other side of this massive room.
He's making for that window. He's not running through the first training area since he has no sense of direction.
And on the upside, you know your allies only have ranged options when it comes to that dude's ice, and you definitely were doing all right without it. Or against it before.
He's just booking it for the window.
Alrighty. No, 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 no. The voice taunting you all the while. Y'all are running across this distance. I don't think we need to have a recap of last session.
No, please don't make us do the try round running again.
Anastasia, you get to the reflective window surface.
He is going to use the breaker blade to try and smash it.
Okay. For sake of simplicity, you do break it, and even if you did on the first try, you would have more than enough time to do it with the next try. Everyone is not quite as fast as you are. So you break the window.
And he is aiming for the exit. Something is wrong with this place and he needs to get out.
That's fair. Okay. As you get to the entrance, you come across this large tunnel that goes up, and it's at rung ladders. They're like the rebar rung ladder up the side.
Yep, he is going to, while holding Sebastian in one arm, try to use his other arm and acrobatics to try and propel himself up the wall a bit.
You know that would not be possible at the sheer distance you have to do. You wouldn't really make that much progress. You could do it. You're just gonna have to do it slowly.
Okay, he'll start climbing then.
All right. Somewhere halfway through the middle of this, unbeknownst to Anastasia, Finwith, you're being pursued, and Alexi is really huffing it in your direction. Make for me a psychic resistance, please.
I rolled a 7.
Yeah, that's not gonna be enough, Chief. As you realize, wait, Anastasia wasn't trying to go eat Sebastian. He was keeping him away from Alexi. Alexi has to be trying to kill them both right now. You have to stop him. You become hostile to Alexi.
So he like kicks and like twists around, so that his like full momentum and weight is just wrenched around, so that he like ends up skidding back a couple, like in the direction he was chasing, but now
The
facing
AstroTurf does not offer
Alexi.
much resistance.
No, he definitely slides a bit, but like he drops his hands down to like fingers curled like claws. And unfortunately for Alexi and Fenwith, guess what only took one round to accumulate? He's just been holding it. And the best thing to take you on with your very impressive sword is the Ignis to try and break it so that you can't kill him with it. So he is going to use the Ignis shape. Has more than enough to do everything except like... he was originally not charging up enough to use the Aura of Fire because he was worried about hurting Sebastian while getting him away from Anastasia. So everything but the Aura of Fire is good to go.
Okay.
Seeing Fenwith whip around, hostile and transform. Alexi under his breath is just like, yeah. As he says fuck in his own
Oh, it's
language.
very familiar too, because you see the smoke begin to curl up and completely consume, like, shoulders up. You cannot see the rest of him. His hands begin to, like, the ends of them kind of, like, burn back and away. Little streams of smoke, as you can see the dark, like, reddening bone exposed to the Ignis.
Alright,
And
Alexi.
just somewhere in the smoke are the red glowing eyes.
Fenwith has gone into the no-no shape. It's not a good time. I need you to make second resistance for me, please.
God, don't let him strip you again.
So, Fenwith has suddenly turned on you, out of nowhere, just flipped. You kind of knowing what happened on Anastasia and having a brief moment of clarity before, are fooled into a sense that, oh no, Fenwith has been overly fooled by this place, and now he's gone berserk and he's going to try to kill me. You become hostile to Fenwith.
Oh, then this happens. Knowing this shape in particular, Alexi's eyes begin to glow a vibrant light blue as he's going to use Transformation, the Awakening.
Ooh.
Into a magical girl.
His eyes go very light blue, and the cold wind starts whipping around him.
An immediately furious hiss. Just a plume of smoke rockets out from the rest of the smoke.
All right. Let me see what bonuses I get.
Is that the only transformation part? Just the wind whipping around you and your eyes glowing?
Well, it's like a cold wind, and it starts to turn into more of ice fragments appearing in it and kind of whipping around. They don't really have an added effect, it's just the aesthetic of this transformation.
Okay. Alright. You two square off. Fire demon of bone and smoke and ice man of flesh and icy winds. And that's where we're going to have to end it for the session. As y'all square off.
Things went really bad.
Yeah.
Anastasia, your ass.
Yeah. Holy shit. Well, when you hit me, I was like sitting there like, okay, I have 145 max health. Just get like 140. You know, normal number. 153. All right. Never mind, I guess.
Hey,
But-
on the upside,
Man.
Alexi, you don't have to wait for him to fail and fall into wrath. He just kind of does it anyway. He's insta aggro, like super insta aggro.
I'm unfortunately not in jovial mood. That's gonna try and coach you.
Yep.
Also, GM, you are a monster.
It was the only thing that's a threat to us is us.
You got it.
The rest of this place is too weak. It has to be us.
How can I challenge my players? I get it. Pit them against each other. Fortunately, you're all within the same power stratum, so it's not like a stomp. I mean, Sebastian didn't stand much of a chance, but Roy.
He had already used his potential, and then he couldn't use his potential on the next defense, which was a little rough.
Yeah, getting a Roy shitty potential roll just was unfortunate. What was the downside?
Also, please don't let me at that sword. He's gonna target it. He knows that it gives you power and that you block with it. He's going for
There's
the
a
breakage.
thing. The +1 was very easy to break. A +3 is not.
Yeah, this weapon will probably not break, but that's fine. We don't want you to break your awesome sword.
No, I don't want you to break it. I also don't know if it degrades, so that was half the concern.
It would if you succeeded on the breakage, yeah.
Yeah, so
So it would
that's
go
just
from
kind of-
+3 to +2 to +2 to +1
Yep.
to regular and then broken or minuses.
Exactly. My armor, on the other hand, is probably going to die. I'm sorry, Anastasia. I might not be able to return the fur armor to you.
I don't think he wants it.
Yeah. Hey, do y'all want to see the foe you're going up against?
Yeah.
Oh, I have an idea of what it might be.
Sure. I could give this a little gander.
I feel like I've seen it because I have such a clear image in my mind.
There it is. That's what it is. I remember that.
Oh, is it on stream? Okay. Yeah, I figured it was that one.
I remember looking at that and being like, good old Anima designs.
I've been waiting for this voice since Sebastian had the dream about it in the a couple of sessions ago.
It's weird. You know what it looks just like? It looks just like actual Anima from Final Fantasy X, which has
That's
the
fair.
top side of it is completely wrapped up in bandages with like one eye and like this like sharp razor mouth that just barely sticks out of the bandages, and then there's an underneath version of it that's breaking out of the bandages. You should look it up.
I just did. That's pretty cool.
Doesn't it look really similar to that design? It even has the same colorations of like the red and purple accents with the bandages.
Yeah, it looks very similar.
But yeah, that's the Lord of Madness.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, there's no fight in that thing.
I mean, there is. You just have to not go crazy.
Anastasia's not doing it. He's not gonna go through that trial.
I mean, at the same time, you kind of have to go crazy. I don't know. It's a very weird thing.
He's designed to be really hard to fight, despite having almost no actual combat abilities himself.
You gotta go on a solo mission and try not to lose yourself. But yeah, no, there's no way I'm making the psychic resistance. I have a 75 for psychic resistance.
It's like,
oh,
goddamn,
you can't even make it.
No, Fenwick has 5 in his willpower, and like, be glad this isn't possession, because then he'd have even worse. He gets a -50 if it's possession.
Oh, well, you technically still have the +20, so you have a 95, I guess.
Yeah.
It is possible.
But I still have to roll really well.
85 or higher.
And because you have to re-roll so often, like, it wouldn't last.
Nope. It's a reason why this is an equal level threat to where you guys are at currently.
Just don't everybody die. Alexia's already had to go through this fight before.
Yeah, this is bad for Alexi, because it's the madness turning on like battle brothers. You have
It's
the
another
whole,
fucking chaos creature too.
Yep.
Well, it's been established. If he gets to level 11, there's a technique coming in the future.
Yep. And you have Sebastian's whole, like, just finally trusting people. They all go psycho and try to kill him. Finwith's fought not to be alone, and now might make himself alone. And
Yeah, by the
Anastasia's
way,
just having a bad time.
Sebastian, your attack didn't work because he changed causality and he forced you to botch instead.
Not as much. My other option was destroy matricy, which I doubt would have worked.
No, but that might be a power you want to keep in mind.
Like, making everybody not crazy.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was hoping that it was like, it'd just go, and then run away. Because I didn't expect
No.
it to see me. But, you know.
Finwith had just enough brains to, like, say something to everybody to be like, okay, don't make it obvious, don't make it obvious. Immediately, as soon as he's through the threshold, like, relies on old survival instinct.
Anyway, let's go ahead and do experience,
Gone.
shall we?
Ooh. I'm going to wake up from coma leveled up.
Interpretation. I think you guys did really well. I'm going to give you guys 15 experience points. There's a lot of character development, a lot of character conversation. It was a really good session. I'm very happy. 3 experience for being here. Anastasia, you get 1.
You ruined his vibes, Cameron.
I'm sorry. And you walked into the boss room. You just didn't know it yet. Difficult actions. Yes. You guys beat the psychic resistance check to avoid going mad like 3 times. I think in total. Which is very hard not to go insane. So, you guys get 3 experience points each. Good ideas or plans. Going in that room was not a good idea. But nothing that stands out in particular. No segment closure yet.
Nor was using the whole lamp to save you from nightmares backfired into, well, everybody gets your nightmare.
It's fair. But hey, that just forces them to open up. No secrets. Anyway, combat awards. Yes. Though the sniper could not feasibly beat a couple of your party members, there were 2 who honestly were probably going to get stonewalled out of even participating with that cold aura. So I'll give you all 5 experience points. If circumstances were different, if certain characters were in bad places at the time, it could have been a nasty situation. But you had really solid counters against this individual.
If only I had Zion.
Most
I'm
damage
Zion
dealt goes on Anastasia.
Are you proud?
Absolutely smashed the damage numbers, some might say.
Yeah.
We already know. Listen, it's okay if you kill Sebastian. Arthur survived. Cameron's free to kill another one.
Most damage taken. I
Nothing
wonder who
stored.
that was.
I wonder.
Sebastian.
Yep. Thank you for that 9 XP, Suzanne. I'll wear it like a badge.
Were you level 9 before this session?
I'm level 9. Now I'm level 10.
Oh shit, man, you guys are so strong.
Yeah.
I do not feel bad about turning you against each other at all. This is an equivalent threat to you guys.
Oh, I just thought of something though. Devin, are you glad I didn't take the next level of hard to kill last level up?
Actually, it might be bad that you didn't. So we'll see how that
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it's
Like, I'm
true.
glad for you. If you kill Finwith, you kill Finwith. That's on you, bud. He is the
Finally-
light of my life. You will regret it.
Finally, Vale can see the pain of having their character die in your eyes.
At least
Oh no, I'll
elect-
just guilt you forever for it. Don't worry about
At
me.
least At least Alexi knows something's wrong.
I already
That's
had a character
saving grace.
taken from me. It didn't even get the catharsis of it being in a story. Jude.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
fair.
fucking with you, Cameron. Carry on.
Anywho, utility award goes to Sebastian. Using your new abilities, some interesting ways.
You cast Open Door.
You did cast Open Door.
You communed with the door spirit.
Yeah.
I'll also say, Anastasia, you just had the perfect set of abilities for countering the ice sniper, so you also get a utility award set.
Terrifying.
I feel so bad for this child. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's just trying to defend itself in this madness it's involved in. And here comes this monster down the field.
Like, your character is terrifying. The things you can do. I love me a character, especially talking as someone who's played a character like this. The person that's like, oh, you're far away? That means nothing to me. I will be there soon. Prepare. The character's like, if you disappear, I will fucking find you.
You think you have enough time to prepare yourself? No, you have enough time to pray.
I can now just imagine like Anastasia in this mock of Alucard cosplay.
Oh god. Gotta be the Helsing one.
Yeah, it has to be. All right, Face Award. Alexi, your leadership actually helped Anastasia snap out of it. It was really, really good.
Only to drive you into a new set of madness as I'm apparently running off of Sebastian to feed on
the
him.
right side, you're not hostile right now.
It's
Hey,
true.
you're not actually going to feed on him. We just think you are.
Oh no, I just
And
meant
I
I
didn't.
just gave you a new set of madness as I ran past.
Sebastian's gonna stabilize. He's gonna be like, no, please, not the neck.
You know the funny thing is just because no one's communicating, so nothing gets actually like contextualized. Sebastian didn't say anything, he just attacked randomly. Anastasia just picks up his body and runs. No one says anything. Everyone assumes the worst.
Sebastian did what he would have done. The very calm, like, oh, that wasn't meant for you. Sorry. Assuming they know me. They know I wouldn't do this.
Except
Yeah.
they're all crazy right now.
Yep. All right, pity award goes to Sebastian because you got knocked out in one shot, and it, like your prior defeats against the party in the sparring matches wasn't bad enough. Now when it's somewhat serious, you did even worse.
You got dunked on.
Again, all of his potential went to trying to hit that thing, to be fair. It was a little rough.
No, I think he still had his potential. I don't think he could have gotten 300 with zero potential.
Well. Okay, never mind then. Then woof, that's just rough rolls, buddy.
I didn't feel like nerfing him that bad to say he had zero potential, so just one of those things. Player awards and nominations, or kudos and nominations.
Finwith for the heart-to-heart with Sebastian.
That was great.
Our friends.
I wholeheartedly agree. Both of you get a player award, and then Sebastian, character development, character development, character development. Really, really good. I heard the pain in Sebastian's voice for the first time in this character's life.
Yeah.
It was very good.
I also loved the small reaction out of people when just in his dream, Sebastian smiles. Everyone's like the little smile, like, oh, or just the pain, like, oh, this poor man.
To be fair, anyone would feel that way, like, oh, he's got a best friend. Wait, this is the one that stabs him in the back, right?
Grim.
And of course, shout out for Alexi's Electric Boogaloo 2 of convincing friends not to murder you.
He's very
what a
good at
burden
it.
you bear.
Yeah.
And
We're-
now we're gonna have the epic ice and fire showdown.
Yes. So, by the way, for the last one, Sebastian gets 2, 1 for character growth, 1 for the conversation. Finwith gets 1. And yes, Alexi for being everyone's rock. Unfortunately, that rock is going to be used to bludgeon Finn with here next session.
You're gonna hurt the golden retriever. Please don't make us put this campaign on Does the Dog Die?
Fair.
Finwith
only have
had
to do
the
that with
worst case
Trigger.
of whiplash this session.
Oh, and of course, the second time against Chaos is gonna force him to make a technique if he levels again. He's gonna punish things that do Chaos. Should be fun.
And
Any other player?
Anastasia for playing around with Finwith after the like, why are you in such a good mood? Ugh, morning person energy proceeds to get like tackle hugged immediately, forced.
You know, I think Anastasia did a really good job this session of just being the edgy teen that he is.
Yeah, to put a pin in it of the there is always something wrong with me. It's like,
Yeah.
We're
yeah,
gonna
we'll talk
we're
about
gonna
that
address
later.
that later when everybody's not fucking insane.
Sits you down. Do you need to talk? Because I think we need to have a talk. Do we need to have an intervention with you? I thought we just went through the character development arc in the city. What else are you holding on to?
You just worked out a bunch of things with your family. We thought we were set on this chapter. What's going on?
Are you having a crisis of identity? Like, is it the Vitala thing? Is it the fact that you're a teenager? Listen, everybody goes through puberty. I have no idea what the fuck vampire puberty is, but unfortunately for you, it sounds like it lasts a long ass time.
I feel so bad for Anastasia, who has to get lectured all the time. Because we've all been there. Just imagine everyone been like, hey, is something wrong? You're just like, I don't want to talk about it. Everyone wants to talk about
Yeah.
it.
Finwith, like, lifting you up by your armpits. Who wants to talk about it? I do.
And you know who they end up telling? It's always going to be the person who does not care. They could give less of a fuck. But that person will go to them because they're not the one constantly poking them for answers.
Great. Have fun talking to emotional wall Sebastian about your problems, who is the worst at being a person in the party. He's got a lot better, but he is not the type of person you take advice from as a teenager.
He did just get in touch with his feelings, though.
I still don't understand what
He's
you're
fucking on
feeling or why you feel that way.
Yeah.
No,
I
I'm sure he
can't
can.
relate.
I'm sure he can relate to feelings of inadequacy.
No.
No.
Anyway,
That's
Anastasia, take
all
your
you.
player word.
And Finwith.
Sebastian's just over here. You fucking rich kid. Do you have any idea what my talent is?
Oh, cry to me about your first world problems some more.
Literally, that is you were talking to the only character who has no problems with inadequacy. Sebastian knows he's good. He's like top shit when it comes to psychic or he's very self-assured. He knows what he's capable of. He knows what all of you are capable of too. Maybe more than you do.
Now, if you want to go kick somebody in their vulnerabilities, just go ask Finwith if he thinks he's good enough. Just yeah. Voice crack immediately.
I mean, do you think I'm not?
Doubts everything.
I like to give Jess an award for delivering the awesome commentary in the Twitch chat the whole time, keeping it alive.
It was pretty great.
Yeah.
Any other player nominations and/or kudos?
Good playing Paranoia, everybody. I know there was like the initial like, how the fuck am I gonna play this? But I think everybody got into it pretty.
Yeah, I
pretty
got
well.
kind of hung up on the like, what exactly I was supposed to mean by like loss of self. Like, all right, hold on. Does like how he need to act change, or is it just the like I'm now paranoid of everybody in the room, which I can come to terms with fine. It's just like, is he just gonna bolt, or does he like act like himself before he exits the situation? And once I knew that, it was fine. But yeah, no, he just goes into feral. If you get anywhere near me, if you back me in a corner, I'm gonna maul the fuck out of you. But until then, I'm gonna go find a safe space. Berg.
Yeah, it's hard because it's essentially your characters are acting or are not acting like they would even if they were actually paranoid. So trying to come up with like how in this situation your mind is being altered. That's kind of why it's like you're being irrational, and no matter what you think your character might or would do is probably not what would actually happen in the situation. A lot of it's I essentially tried to prompt you guys with like what your character thinks at that moment.
Yeah, I basically had Finwith still like in the middle towards the door, which is why I had him leave. If he had been the one to go over there like to the desk and move it, he would have been cornered in the room with you guys between him and the exit, and he would have just gone hostile immediately.
I still find it funny, like the initial like, oh, everyone except Sebastian fails it, and everyone's like, how do I play paranoia? And I'm like, I know how I do it. I know immediately. That's my life, bro.
I love that Sebastian was in that situation where everybody just their energy changes and he's just like, oh fuck.
I don't know what to do here.
He's the first time meme, and everyone's just like dealing with paranoia, and he's just sitting there, first time.
First time.
Unfortunately, I have none of the social skills to drag you guys out of it, so enjoy your stay.
I asked if you were okay. I asked if you were okay. They said yes. I don't know what to do next.
Get splattered on wall.
Then you don't have to worry about it because you're unconscious.
I feel like you're gonna get a subconscious fear of being splattered into a wall at this point. I mean,
Oh,
it's a very fair fear, but like
You get a fear of the
you
impact
twice,
tag.
is a little much.
Everyone, go ahead, get a player award for being paranoid, except for Sebastian. He didn't get to play paranoia this time around.
No, he got to be the opposite. He got to be the calm, collected one in the group.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm now in the year 2016. 109 experience from sweet level 11.
Not if you die.
No, not if I die.
2016? Jesus. I'm at 1915.
Who rakes in player award?
Everything's looking really great, but I feel like there's a really sharp just down coming around the corner.
Yeah.
You might want to start rolling bad. Let's hope we both roll like hot garbage next round, except for our psychic resistance. So even that, I don't think that's rolling well. At least not for me. It won't last. Sorry, Acer. I squished my cat.
Yep, it's interesting. So, how are you guys enjoying the last part of the facility?
I'm really
the-
enjoying this run back a lot more than the run up. I'll give you that. I also, kudos to everybody for a rousing bathroom conversation that lasted about 30 minutes. Thank you all for your wonderful additions to our stupid bathroom jokes. One of these days, Cameron's actually going to put something of note in a bathroom. Mostly because we're just going to pressure him enough. We'll refuse to check every single cabinet in a building, and it's like, I guess the only place left if he wants us to continue this story is if it's in the bathroom. It's on the counter. He just gives up.
Yeah. How are you guys feeling about the madness? I'm curious. Players don't often like having their character autonomy taken away from them.
I don't have anything to say about it. Damn.
I think it's a little better that we have control and it's not like the GM rolling for you sort of thing. There's like there's a sense of like you know your character enough to where they would be in this situation. So there's a little less of like autonomy lost. There's still like you being able to roll your dice for your character.
You
Kind
get
of
to
dictate
enjoy
what
both,
abilities
like,
they have.
you get to enjoy the like up of like, yeah, I want my character to do well at things, but also I don't want my character to do too well at this because they're gonna fuck up my party members. You get to play them fucking them up though anyway, and it's not your fault, so it's also kind of fun because it's like, sorry about this, but I'm not sorry. I really want to use this ability, and I'm sorry that's gonna be on you, but your character's gonna think my character's cool if you survive later. Beats the shit out of you.
Nothing frustrating about the situation. Just
No.
I mean,
If
the guy
it's-
fucking sucks to fight, but I mean, it's still a fun situation.
Yeah.
And
no.
we're enjoying the
fine.
RP part.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Alex because he got one hit KO'd.
It was fine. It was. I honestly, it made sense. I like picturing like the situation of just Sebastian shooting, barely hitting Anastasia. He's like, sorry about that. I didn't mean to. Then just wham, like baseball bat, like directly to his like gut or something. Flies into the wall, just
Yeah,
down.
you did both of you actually did the anime whoosh poof, left a big crater. It's like Kongsbjorn all over again.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it was like I don't know. It was fun. It made sense. I certainly not gonna be salty over it. I thought it was really funny too.
that's fair. What about you, Anastasia? You were forced to team kill, but
Only frustration I had was getting into the mindset of what the fuck is he paranoid? Aside from that, though, it was pretty interesting. Now I'm just playing a vampire, like, something is really fucked up here. I need to get the hell out.
Of course, the noble
Anastasia-
just runs for it.
Anastasia is like, I can't say Anastasia is the most dangerous party member per se, but there's just so many things Anastasia can do. It's just certain situations like, oh yeah, Anastasia is actually really fucking badass.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Fucking scary. They got a
fucking-
lot of shit they could do.
Like Alexei, who does probably the most damage in the party, Anastasia is just like, out of my way, wham, against the wall. And then it's just like, oh, right. Anastasia is really strong and fast.
It's like the difference between, I guess, Alexei's like, specializing. These are my key abilities. I go really hard into all this. I have a lot of fun elemental abilities. And then Anastasia is like, you want to feel know what it feels like to hit by a fucking train? Here we go.
Honestly, I'm really glad Finwith didn't go into Kongsbjorn form.
Oh
Because
my god.
that turns Alexei very dangerous. Because his sword's base damage goes to 200 against bigger targets.
Yep, against giant creatures, yeah.
Yeah, no. As much as he prefers the Kongsbjorn form, just because he has like such a sheer advantage on strength and size against things, which even if it doesn't give him a technical benefit, it makes him more confident and enemies more nervous to be fighting against something so massive that wasn't before. But against both of you, you depend on your equipment. You're not like Finwith. If you didn't have an armor, like a good set of armor or a weapon in your hands, he's gonna fucking murder you. So he went with the thing that can break it, potentially.
Fair.
Yeah, it was an educated choice. Educated under madness.
Yeah. So, like, Sebastian's the only one where he would probably pick something that wasn't the Ignis, because as dangerous as the Lawbringer is, he doesn't need to worry about the equipment. He just needs to get to Sebastian once, and it's over for him. You two? Nah, he needs to take away the only thing you depend on, which is equipment. You're
Though
not
I'm
Finwith.
very curious to see Sebastian's potential now that he's unlocked dual synergy and his electromagnetism. It's gonna have a lot
And I
of
have a
really
bit
good
more-
abilities.
I have a bit more psychic points to futz around with right now. So I'm gonna be messing around with how I can spend that, adding mastery points, like all that stuff.
It's a fun time.
But all right, that's gonna be it for this session. If you are here and you enjoyed, but you have not done so already, please follow to see more amazing content like this. We play Anima every Monday, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can also catch these episodes all the way from the beginning of Cradle to Crypt through this current episode. Well, this episode tomorrow, some point, or the next day, at Bad Luck Gamer YouTube, or YouTube / Bad Luck Gamer. And you can see our other content as well, as I'm also loading my new Slates game onto that as well. And if you're interested in Pathfinder or anything like that, we do that Tuesday and Wednesday. And yeah, it's gonna be a great time. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all to my players for being here. Go ahead and say goodnight, everyone.
Nighty night.
Good night.